Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the decision of the National Assembly on the request for withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2023. The message, dated Thursday, 5th of June 2025, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on the same date. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 46.4, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2023, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 158 of 1st of September 2023 as a bill seeking to establish a legal framework to regulate the use of motorcycles, into brackets, border borders in the country by introducing new provisions for their registration, operation, and safety at the county level, passed by the Senate on the 5th of December 2024 and referred to the National Assembly for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas on the 7th of March 2025, the Senate conveyed a request for withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulations Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, from further consideration by the National Assembly. Further, whereas on Wednesday, the 28th of May 2025, the National Assembly considered the proposed withdrawal and rejected the motion for discharge of the second reading of the bill. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the decision of the National Assembly to the Senate, which is that the National Assembly shall proceed with the consideration of the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, for your information, the request under reference was made by the sponsor of the bill, the Senator for Kakamega, Dr. Boni Halwale, CBS MP, and conveyed to the National Assembly through my office. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53.1. The Senator for Turkana County, Honorable James Lomenan.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I stand to request for the statement on the stalled corner irrigation scheme in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding stalled corner irrigation scheme in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the corner irrigation scheme is a 300-acre surface irrigation project located in Loima sub-county, Turkana County. The project commenced in 2012 as part of the Kenyans for Kenya Drought Initiative, a response to the 2009 and 2010 droughts targeting Kaikor location with a projected implementation period of 12 months. The scheme aimed to open up land for irrigation in 3 villages. However, as of June 30, 2020, only 27% of the project has been completed. The incomplete infrastructure has significantly limited the scheme's potential, thereby hindering the realization of its intended benefits for the local population. In this statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current status of the corner irrigation scheme including the extent of work completed and the reasons for stalling of the project. 2, the measures taken by the ministry to address the contractor's non-performance and the steps being implemented to resume and complete the project. 3, the plans in place to support the farmer household who are to the benefits from the scheme, including any interim measures to enhance water provision for the agricultural activity. 4, the accountability mechanism established to prevent similar occurrences in the future projects under the drought resilience and sustainable livelihood programs and other government-funded initiatives. Chair, I have another one.
Proceed to read your second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is request for a statement on the persistent shortage of essential medicine in health facility across the county. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the persistent shortage of essential medicine in health facilities across Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, health facilities across Turkana County, including sub-county referral hospitals such as Katilu, Kakuma Mission, Loktang, Kaikor, Lokichar, Lokori, Lorugum, and even the Lodwar County Referral Hospital, continue to face frequent stockouts of essential medications. Consequently, patients, particularly those from a low income and remote communities, are often compelled to purchase prescribed medicine from private pharmacies, which are either unaffordable or inaccessible. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the availability status of essential medicine in public health facilities across Turkana County from July 2024 to date. 2, the procurement and distribution procedures for medical supplies within the county, including any identified challenges. 3, the measures being undertaken by both the county and national government to ensure a consistent supply of medicines, particularly in remote and underserved areas. 4, whether there are existing or planned initiatives to enhance pharmaceutical storage, transportation, and tracking systems for improved accountability and to prevent recurrent shortages. 4, the intervention being considered or implemented to strengthen the overall supply chain and improve accessibility to essential medicine in Turkana County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the incessant unresolved cases of medical negligence in several private hospitals in the country. Mr. Speaker, in June 2024, 2 doctors in Loktoktok were facing allegations of negligence regarding the death of a baby born in the facility. Another institution, Omnicare Medical Clinic, operating under the name Body by Design, is under investigation following the death of a patient after a liposuction procedure on October 16, 2024. More recent is the case at Kion Hospital in Imaradaima in May 2025, where the maternity wing was closed due to claims of staff negligence resulting in a stillbirth. The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, KMPDC, has launched formal inquiries to investigate the cases. However, the wheel of justice for this and other families seem to be very slow, as KMPDC is currently managing a backlog of over 150 medical negligence cases. These investigations cover a range of complaints, including misdiagnosis, incorrect treatments, emergency care errors, and failures in diagnosis across health facilities in the country. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the status and preliminary findings of the investigations into the case by the KMPDC, particularly that involving Skion Hospital in Imaradaima. 2, regulatory actions taken by the Ministry of Health and other agencies in response to incidents, including reports of the number of maternal and infant deaths attributed to medical negligence in both public and private hospitals over the last 5 years. 3, existing policies and enforcement mechanisms aimed at ensuring quality maternal and other patient care, as well as interventions, including possible sanctions and reforms to prevent recurrence of such incidences in both public and private health facilities, and to ensure justice for the affected families. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Possible sanctions.
Senator Eddy.
Both public and private health facilities, and to ensure justice for the
I
affected
thank you,
families.
Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, with a very heavy heart and a bleeding soul, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Eddy.
I request for a statement on the unfortunate death
Both
of
public
Albert
health facilities,
Omondi Ojwang
ensure justice
while under
I thank you,
police
Mr.
custody.
Speaker,
For giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, sir, with a very heavy heart, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 request for a statement to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, of Albert, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the tragic death of Mr. Albert Omondi Ojwang, a resident of both Migori County and Homa Bay counties, under police custody. Mr. Speaker, sir, the death of Mr. Ojwang has caused widespread grief and outrage within the country. The late Mr. Ojwang sustained fatal head injuries while in police custody at the Central Police Station in Nairobi, following his arrest by the police officers in Homa Bay County, raising serious questions about the police brutality, abuse of authority, and the lack of immediate accountability by the responsible officers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in this statement, the committee should address the following. The circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Albert Ojwang Omondi, including a detailed account of the events surrounding his fatal injuries. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address actions that have been taken by the National Police Service and Independent Police Oversight Authority, IPOA, to investigate the incident, including whether any officers involved have not only been interdicted, but also subjected to disciplinary or criminal proceedings. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the measures the Ministry of Interior and the National Police Service are implementing to prevent police brutality and ensure accountability, particularly in handling civilians during law enforcement operations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I will allow comments for not more than 30 minutes. What is your issue, Senator for Kilifi?
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nakubaliana na wewe kabisa, lakini nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba kwa sababu hoja hii ama majadiliano haya ambayo ameyaleta huyu ndugu yangu Eddie ni ya muhimu sana kwa taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hivi sasa tumeweza kumpoteza mmoja wa Kenya na katika hali tetesi, na ingekuwa bora zaidi ikiwa kabla hatujaenda kwa mambo mengine yoyote katika bunge. Najua katika orodha zetu tuko na mambo mengine ambayo pia lazima tuyafuate, lakini kwa hivi sasa kwa sababu hili ni jambo la muhimu na jambo la kitaifa na linahusika na kitengo ambacho ni cha polisi ambacho kimefanya kitendo kama hicho, ingekuwa bora zaidi bunge hili la Senate likipewa nafasi kujadiliana sasa hivi ikiwa itawezekana. Bwana Spika, ningeomba. Asante.
But Senator for Kilifi County, I thought that's exactly what I was going to do, giving honorable senators time to comment on not just that statement, but on any of the statements that have been read out. In the event that the 30 minutes, are spent and still honorable senators would wish to speak, then of course the chair will give further guidance. But for now, let us stick to the 30 minutes. In any event, Senator for Kilifi, I'm not seeing your name on the dashboard. Senator Joe Newton.
You know, I've conversed with you because I had applied that we adjourn this sitting. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, I had requested that we adjourn the sitting to discuss this very important matter. And, Mr. Speaker, I beseech you, although you have ruled on the matter of discussing it as a statement, that, Mr. Speaker, you may allow that we adjourn this House to discuss this matter as I had requested. Kindly, Mr. Speaker. It's a matter of national importance, Mr. Speaker, and I feel strongly that we may not be able to exhaust what we may want to say about this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, with the due respect and for your kindness, please allow my motion of adjournment to proceed. Mr. Speaker, kindly.
Now, Honorable Newton, you are out of order. One, I've not seen that motion. Secondly, if you look at the standing orders, it must have reached my desk at least 2 hours before start of business. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no motion of that nature that is pending. So we will proceed with the comments. I will give you your 3 minutes to proceed to make comments on the statement sought by Senator Eddie. You may proceed, Senator Newt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know where I come from. We say that rules can even lead to uprooting of coffee. And so I abide by your rules, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this statement raised by Senator Eddie Okech is a matter of national importance. And, Mr. Speaker, it becomes even more grievous because the complainant is the Deputy Inspector General of the Police, and that is LANGAT, who, Mr. Speaker, has been reported to be perpetrating violation of human rights, Mr. Speaker. And there is no reason why Mr. OJWANG was transported all the way from Migori to Nairobi just for a matter that was supposed to be civil and not criminal. Because, Mr. Speaker, if somebody is accused of libel or even of mudslinging somebody's name, that is civil, and the lawyers here can guide us, led by Senator Sifuna of Nairobi, that this particular young man should have been made to face, civil charges, and LANGAT should have sued for damages, Mr. Speaker. We saw the parent to this particular young man crying because it was something that nobody would have thought could have happened. Mr. Speaker, the results of the autopsy are out, and the results are that this young man could not have hit his head against the wall. We have seen images of the body, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that even the eyes have been gouged out because you can see clear injuries along the eyes, Mr. Speaker. And we are very sad this afternoon because this is proof that the sitting government, led by President William Ruto, Mr. Speaker, is increasingly becoming very intolerant, especially of young people. We must get to know through the committee what this government fears from young people. All the way from Jerry, who just made a platform where people were supposed to express their feelings about the budget. All the way again to Buteregaos, Mr. Speaker, and it is not lost on us what happened a few years ago at LANGAT Road Primary School, Mr. Speaker, where some young pupils were tear-gassed when they were fighting against the grabbing of their playfield, Mr. Speaker. And so we must condemn this. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that the blood of Albert Ojwang, the blood of all the Gen Zs that have been killed by this government will haunt this government forever. And this government has a leader by the name William Ruto. He should come out and fire DIG LANGAT, Mr. Speaker, before we proceed on anything else. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that must be taken very seriously, and the committee that comes should invite that Ojwang, that DIG LANGAT, whether he will be in the...
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to contribute to the statement by Senator Eddy and to say that clearly, Mr. Speaker, something is wrong with what happened to this young man, Albert Ojwang. And this country requires answers because a postmortem that has been done so far, it indicates that this young man died out of neck compression, and those injuries were inflicted through torture. So we require to get proper answers from the police, and I also want to agree with the position that by now, instead of terminating the services of junior policemen, we want to see senior police officers, the Director General, the Deputy Director General, and even the Director General should resign or they should be fired by the President. Mr. Speaker, my party, where I am the Deputy Party Leader, we signed an MOU with UDA. One of the things we agreed was that we are not going to have abductions and killings like this one. Mr. Speaker, if we do not get proper answers from UDA's side, we will consider this as a material breach of the MOU we have with the UDA. ODM, we are very serious about this. Mr. Speaker, I am talking as a Deputy Party Leader of ODM. We are a party that believes in protecting lives of Kenyans. And therefore, we want to see action from the UDA government on the issue of the Deputy Director General of Police. By now, he should not be in the office because this young man was arrested because he had posted something against the DIG. Why is the DIG still in office? Why are you going for junior police officers, terminating their services, and their bosses are still there enjoying lunch and breakfast as our young man is decaying in the morgue? Mr. Speaker, this matter is very serious, and we call upon speedy action by not just the police, but the government through the President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are beginning to see the coming back of intolerance in this country. This cannot be allowed to go on, Mr. Speaker. I think we need answers, and the answers are supposed to come from the government, they are supposed to come from the police, and we cannot allow the police to mislead this country, that the young man hit his head on the wall. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the injuries sustained by that...
Senator Boni. Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to be serious. we are playing with fire. I was an adult when there was detention without trial. Detention without trial was a bad thing. But being killed in a police cell is worse than detention without trial. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of the impunity we saw when, Mr. Speaker, then Vice President Moi lied to the country that Josiah Mwangi Kariuki had traveled out of the country when they had killed him. The same impunity we saw the police tell the country that Dr. Robert Ouko had committed suicide when they had killed him. The same impunity, Mr. Speaker, that I saw in South Africa in 1977 when an intellectual, Steve Biko, was brutalized in a police station, and they faced the world and they told the world that the guy had died from starvation. The whole world woke up and moved against South Africa to stop apartheid. I'm asking that this matter be escalated to a level whereby we must bring fear in government for government to respect human life. Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to ask that the Deputy Inspector General resigns. We want the same speed which we saw when our colleague was killed last month. When arrests were made, we want Mr. ELIUD LANGAT to be arrested so that he can write a statement from a police station for it to be clearer to him that he has a responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the police officers who went to Migori and brought this boy from home to Nairobi so that LANGAT could see him when they are slapping him around should equally be arrested. Why are they walking free? As far as I'm concerned, seeing the shape of that face, the guy could not possibly, would have wanted to hit the wall using the front of his head. It is only Parliament, Mr. Speaker, which can bring this to an end. We must protect our children. Members of Parliament in the National Assembly and here, that boy who is lying there is not in any way different from our own children. And it is this Parliament that will bring this to an end. It is too much, and the thing must escalate.
Senator for Kilifi County, Senator Mazayo.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, jambo la kwanza ni kwamba tunasema pole kwa ile jamii ambayo imempoteza yule kijana Albert Ojwang. Zaidi sana tukiangalia tunaweza kumwambia pole sana baba yake ambaye alikuwa huyu ni mtoto wake alipekee wa kuzaliwa peke yake, na ambaye alikuwa baba yake alikuwa na nia ya kwamba mtoto wake atafaulu katika maisha. Ndio sababu yeye akawa anafanya kazi ya mawe ya kuchimba na kukata mawe akiweza kumsomesha mtoto wake. Nampatia kongole huyo mzee kwa sababu alisomesha kijana, na kijana hakupoteza ndoto ya baba yake, akawa graduate. Lakini sasa baba yake anasema anataka kuletwa mbele ya huyu mtu anaitwa LANGAT, apigwe risasi yeye sasa afariki. Huo ndio uchungu ambao baba yake anasikia saa hizi. Tunakemea sana kifo hichi. Cha pili kwamba huyu alikuwa kijana mdogo sana, na yule alikuwa kijana mdogo wa miaka 31. Yule msichana ni umri wa Metho hapa, Senator Metho. Yule kijana alioa kutoka Giriama huko kwetu. Bibi yake ni mtu ambaye sisi tunahusiana. Kwa hiyo kama alikufa yule, aliua shemegi yangu, na yule dadangu sasa atakuwa mjane na ako na mtoto wa mwaka mmoja. Shame on this officer. aibu kubwa sana ambayo imetokea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kama mimi ningekuwa rais saa hizi, ningekuwa nishafuta watu katika hiyo ofisi. Huyu hafai kuketi ndani ya hiyo ofisi hata dakika moja. Huyu mtu anaitwa Langat, kwa sababu ameondoa maisha ya kijana mdogo ambaye alikuwa na future katika nchi hii. Na sisi hatutakubali hata kidogo kwamba ifichwe hichi kifo. Wanaanza kusema sasa, kwa sababu yeye ni DIG, anafikiria anaweza kudanganya Wakenya wote. Anasema ati mtu alijigonga na ukuta alafu akaanguka chini akakufa. Kwani alikuwa anacheza mpira yeye huko ndani? Ukuta si mpira, ukuta ni ukuta. Na alafu ukuta hawezi kuua. Hakuna mtu alijigonga ndani ya police cell, otherwise pengine awe amejinyonga. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, sisi tunasema ya kwamba kitendo alichofanyiwa huyu na huyu jamaa ni hatua lazima ichukuliwe. Hawezi kutoa mtu kutoka huko, upite police station mengi, upite maeneo yote ya mapolisi mpaka umlete hapa Central uje kumbulia hapa ndani. Na hawezi kukataa.
Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So that my brother Otsotsi understands this is not a matter of party. I stand here as the party leader of UDM to condemn this incident that has happened. It's the ugliest incident of the season. When you get a suspect reprimanded and put in under police custody, being brutally murdered, and claimed that the suspect has hit his head on the wall, and there is no case of epilepsy or some issues to do with medical condition that this suspect has been suffering from or presumed to have been a prevailing condition. Mr. Speaker, sir, suspension of police officers is just the beginning. And I believe with conviction, as Ali Ibrahim Roba, myself, that there are people hell-bent in setting up the image of the president and setting up the president to, and spoiling the image of this president in this country. And it seems to be deliberate. The president must act swiftly to make sure that this protection happens. Unless somebody is gifted with thickness, how can you pick somebody, put the person behind bars, and kill the person and start telling the public that the person has hit his head on the wall? This is inconceivable. In this day, age, and era, I do not believe it can be something that will have any angle to government position, but rather a complete setup by individuals who are hell-bent at spoiling the image of the president. Mr. Speaker, sir, we demand as Parliament, and I believe, just as my brother Senator Kalwale has said, only Parliament can objectively intervene and investigate this issue to logical conclusion. We want to demand a swift action. DCI must establish culpability, and they must pin it to an individual, not the issue of suspending individuals. That is PR exercise. We want a swift action. Otherwise, the people setting up the president should be unearthed, because the issue that is happening is an issue that is image spoiling. Unless, you know, there is a stupidity that cannot be quantified. You cannot do what you have done in a government with democracy like the government of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, no cover-up can be allowed. Justice must be served and justice delivered, and the nation is waiting. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is very disturbing. Disturbing, Mr. Speaker, because the question that I ask myself is, what happens if and when a police station becomes a scene of crime? And what happens, Mr. Speaker, if that crime is murder? What is it that we are supposed to do? Mr. Speaker, I hear people saying that we want justice for Albert Omondi Ojwang. But how does justice look for a young man killed in the hands of police officers? What is it that must be done for that young man, the lifeless body of Albert Omondi Ojwang, to receive justice? What exactly is it that, Mr. Speaker, must happen? Mr. Speaker, of late, our country is doing extremely, extremely badly in terms of insecurity. Mr. Speaker, in April, I saw the majority leader confronting the Inspector General of Police over some killings in Narok, in Barkoi. A few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, 3 people were killed by police in the same area in Narok, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in our country in relation to security? What is it that needs to be fixed? That's a question that we should address ourselves to. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to say that, Mr. Speaker, this killing of this young man has capacity to throw this country into serious, serious anarchy if it is not handled properly. Remember, Mr. Speaker, what happened in Tunisia with Mohamed Bouaziz when he blew himself up outside Parliament? Just an act of one person brought about the Arab Spring in an entire region. Mr. Speaker, I call upon the President on this matter. He must speak and speak with courage and determination. Heads must roll. He must reset the security apparatus in this country from the top to the bottom, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be that a person is arrested in...
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my own behalf and on behalf of the great people of Nandi, allow me to pass my deepest condolences for this tragic death. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, even during era of detention without trial, no one was killed in police cell. Mr. Speaker, as a professional guest of the state on many occasions, and I've had privileges for spending nights in number of almost 5 police stations in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate. It is very sad, Mr. Speaker. The only place you should be safe is a police station. Mr. Speaker, heads must roll. I want to agree with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and you know on many occasions, I have raised that there is a problem with Ministry of Interior 1,000 times, Mr. Speaker. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, Father Alois Cheruiyot Bett killers are not known. Father Maina killers are not known. Angata Baragoi, 6 people were buried without their killers being not known, Mr. Speaker. Angama Mara, even in Kerio Valley, Mr. Speaker. I request the following, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with colleagues that there are people who are intended to sabotage President William Ruto government. And it's led by the Minister of Interior, who should take and resign, Mr. Speaker, and take personal political responsibility on this matter, Mr. Speaker. I request also that the Parliament Committee, Mr. Speaker, is very incompetent. And you know that incompetence, if you transfer from roads to lives, we lose lives, Mr. Speaker. We have lost a young man, 31-year-old, who had just married, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they must be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Parliament, through the national security, does inquest into unexplained deaths in this republic, Mr. Speaker, or form a judicial inquiry into the allegation of extrajudicial killings even from the last session up to this session, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that as a Senate we are just sitting and allowing insecurity to thrive in this country. You go to Mombasa, Mr. Speaker, when you greet a boy woman, you think she's a woman. Somebody has won a boy with a machete. You think she's a beautiful lady. He's a man with a machete. And there are criminal gangs ruling Mombasa as we talk to. You go to Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, the gangs are playground. You go to Kerio Valley, Mr. Speaker, and many other places, Mr. Speaker. I think it is a high time, and I want to appeal to the President, because he is a man who is very decisive. Heads must roll from the Minister of Interior, Inspector General of Police, and all his subordinates, including the OCS from Homa Bay, who gave out the link, Mr. Speaker, including Safaricom, who gives out the location of this suspect. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I want to be arrested, I left my phones in Kibos. The police went to look for me in Kibos, and I was in Eldoret, Mr. Speaker, sleeping.
Senator Oburu Odinga. Senator Oburu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day for us in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing the death of a young man who was the only son of his family. And Mr. Speaker, he has died in a police cell where people are supposed to run for safety. Mr. Speaker, where else do you go if not police station when you feel threatened by anybody? But Mr. Speaker, when you go to a police station and you are killed, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious situation. Mr. Speaker, there's one time in this country where we used to have people who speak their minds. They are picked and you never see them. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, they are picked and you see them in courts pleading guilty after being tortured in cells. Mr. Speaker, we have been struggling so that these things become a thing of the past. And it is very sad, Mr. Speaker, when we see any injustice rearing its head again. Mr. Speaker, it is not the small boys. It must be the big boys who organize this kind of a thing. Me, I've never heard, Mr. Speaker, I've never heard that somebody can be charged for making somebody infamous. I don't know what a senior police officer, what type of fame a senior police officer wants to be. Where is he going with that fame? And Mr. Speaker, fame is something you can take to a civil court. Somebody does not have to be arrested and put in cell because he has made somebody infamous. Mr. Speaker, I have even seen in this country pictures where people are putting the president in the cells. And they are never arrested, Mr. Speaker. Is this police officer even bigger than the president? Why can he not be arrested and interrogated, Mr. Speaker, if we don't tackle this particular case up to the end, Mr. Speaker? Kenyans will not believe us. Kenyans will not believe that even as leaders we are serious. Because I come from that region. What am I going to tell the people of Homa Bay when I go there? That we are in broad-based government. And I don't explain to them how their son was picked and then put in some police cell where there are many police cells, Mr. Speaker, on the way from Oyugis. From Oyugis, there is a police cell there in Oyugis, there's a police cell in Homa Bay, there's a police cell in Kisii, there's a police cell in Kisumu. There are so many police cells around there, Mr. Speaker. Why this particular police state?
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika kwa nafasi ya kuongelea jambo la kusitikisha kuhusu kijana Albert Ojwang. Jambo la kushangaza mstahiki Spika, hata kama sisi ni wanasesere, hata kama kwa Kenya ni vikaragosi, hakuna venye tungeambia kwamba yule kijana alikuja akajipigisha ukuta hapa Nairobi. Kusema ya kwamba Homa Bay hakuna nyuta, hakuna ukuta. Ukuta alipata Nairobi na akakuja akapiga ukuta akafa. Mstahiki Spika, kivuli cha fimbo hakiwezi kuficha mtu jua. Na hata watu wajaribu kuficha hili jambo namna gani, lazima litakuja kutokea wazi. Juzi niliona ya kwamba maafisa wakuu katika idara ya polisi wakisema wale wandogo wao ndo walifanya hiyo kitendo. Lakini mstahiki Spika, samaki wote hunuka lakini walimshuku kambare. Kama kuna harufu, kama kuna mwozo, ni idara zima ya polisi kuanzia juu mpaka chini. Na kwa hivyo waisema kwamba wale wandogo peke yao ndo walifanya hii kitendo. Mstahiki Spika, tunaona kama ningekuwa ni mbwenyenye amewawa, kungekuwa na watu wa tayari wamekamatwa. Na kuna msemo moja wa Kiswahili unasema kwamba maskini hedi mkele, na hata angenda mkele akapakia jahazi mchele tele, urudi na upele. Kifo cha Ojwang kinafaa kuwa venye hatua inachukuliwa wakati wandosi wanawawa. Hata huyu kijana nafaa kuangaliwa na mambo yake ichunguzwe. Lakini unajua, Mr. Speaker, ukiona kesi inakaa sana katika kasri ya mfarume, ujue kwamba tajiri ana makosa. Hii kesi ya huyu kijana venye imekuwa ikizungushwa, inaonekana kwamba kuna wandosi fulani ambao wako na makosa. Na tusifanye hili jambo likawa ni jambo la kisiasa, Mr. Speaker. Lakini iko siku, ukiona kivuli cha mtu mfupi kimeanza kuwa kirefu, jua kuna kucha ama ni machweo. Siku moja machweo itakuja kutufikia. Kwa hivyo ningeomba serikali, taasisi za usalama kuhakikisha kuvalia njuga swala hili, kuhakikisha ya kwamba Ojwang isiwe tu kwamba itakuwa ni takwimu ya mtu mwingine amepotea na hakuna kitu imefanyika. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker, as we address Kenyans this afternoon, a post-mortem report that has just come out says the late Ojwang was killed due to neck compression, meaning he was squeezed with an intention of being killed. That he suffered soft tissue injuries spread all over the body, meaning a gang inside a police cell in the Republic of Kenya was used to murder this young boy. And then he had head injuries. The conclusion, Mr. Speaker, from 5 pathologists associate these injuries with external forces inflicted in keeping with assault. Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer. Assault means, Mr. Speaker, that in the Republic of Kenya, we have police officers who arrest citizens, assault them, murder them, and we are behaving like it's normal. Speaking for 3 minutes in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. This is a matter that can bring a revolution, Mr. Speaker. We cannot tolerate, Mr. Speaker, a situation, Mr. Speaker, where a government that is supposed to take care of citizens is watching as we murder innocent citizens in a police cell. Picture this. This young man is the sole child of aged parents. This young man is living behind a wife with a child who is 3 years and another one is 3 months, Mr. Speaker. If this cannot prick our conscience, what will, Mr. Speaker? We cannot allow this, Mr. Speaker. We get abused on social media every day, Mr. Speaker. I've even seen occasions where even the president himself, Mr. Speaker, has faced attack on social media, Mr. Speaker. But you don't react by murdering people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Security Committee tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we need all heads of security agencies before this House, Mr. Speaker, for an explanation. If not, Mr. Speaker, we have no reason why we should speak as people who have been elected to represent the people. There cannot be a case like this, Mr. Speaker, in a country that is democratic, that is independent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking with a lot of anger because I'm a father, Mr. Speaker. How would you feel if it was you, Senator? Picture yourself, your child being arrested all the way from Nyanza, brought to Nairobi and killed in a police station. If that had happened, Oburu Oginga, he will not be here, Mr. Speaker. Even Raila Odinga will not be alive today if successive governments behave the way we are behaving, Mr. Speaker. These are extraordinary times, Mr. Speaker. At the end of this statement, Mr. Speaker, we expect you to issue directive that...
Senator Nyamu.
You've been given. Change your mind.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the images of that young man's father crying, holding a title deed that he had brought all the way to bail out his son are haunting this country. We cannot shake off those images. They keep recurring in our minds, Mr. Speaker. And you can imagine what is building up in Kenyans right now. What is shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that even after driving him 400 kilometers from Kisumu, he was not booked in the occurrence book, even as he lay in the cells. That in itself is a red flag that points at the intentions of the officers who arrested him. As we speak, police officers concerned have been indicted. What that means is that as much as they will not continue to carry out their duties, they will continue to earn half their salary. Mr. Speaker, that is dancing on the grave of that young man. We want those police officers implicated discontinued from police service immediately. We want them to take a plea. We want them to be charged. And the complainant, who is a DIG of police, we are very disappointed. We are embarrassed that you are so intolerant. Mr. Speaker, right now I am trending because I goofed, maybe, by politicizing the matter. I have been trolled, but I have not. I cannot fathom getting such anger to an extent of even trying to be vengeful with anyone who is trolling me, for example. Mr. Speaker, as a country, as my colleagues have said, we are treading very dangerously, and we want the president to take charge of this situation. He has committed time and again that he will protect the youth of this country and he will protect their future. We are watching. Mr. President, the country is watching. We want to see how you handle this matter because that is going to tell us a lot about you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, Albert Omondi Ojwang comes from Kokwanyo Kakelo Ward in Kabondo Kasipul in Homa Bay County. People are shedding tears here. I am mourning someone from my county, someone from the county I represent. Mr. Speaker, I have buried too many young people following the Gen Z protests just 1 year ago. Mr. Speaker, I buried close to 7 young people who were killed. Some of them were discovered in quarries, extrajudicial killings, and enforced disappearances. Mr. Speaker, in the post-election violence, I buried close to 10 young people, again extrajudicial killings. Mr. Speaker, during the protest when Raila came back from the United States, I buried almost 10 people who were killed by the police. We have felt the pain. We have shed tears. Mr. Speaker, these must be brought to a close. The problem I have with Parliament today is that we are mourning like we have no hope. We are speaking here like bloggers are speaking out there. Parliament is the one that vetted the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, the Inspector General of Police is answerable, is accountable to this House. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, the Inspector General of Police should be here, must be here. This gentleman did not die. This gentleman was killed, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the definition of to be killed and to die, this gentleman was killed, murdered by the police, who are supposed to be the custodians and the safeguards of law and order in this country. Mr. Speaker, on 25th of June, we'll be marking the first anniversary of the Gen Z protest. I want to challenge Senator Cheriot and Senator Minority Leader. You brought a motion to this House last year in June. We said a lot of things. We said a lot of English. Let us mark the anniversary of 25th June in this Parliament. Because the other House, everyone ran away. We were the only ones who were here. Let us come back here, take stock of the things we said. We talked of extrajudicial killings. We talked of enforced disappearances. We talked of corruption. We talked of tribalism. What have we done about it? Mr. Speaker, this is a shameful act, and I send my condolences to the people of Kabondo, the people of Homa Bay, the entire nation. The Minister for Interior, under these circumstances, should have resigned, Mr. Speaker. In an organized society, the Inspector General, let us have them here in this Parliament tomorrow. Anything short of that, we will not be any better than any other member of the public who's complaining outside there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Seki.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to bring my heartfelt condolences to the family of Albert Ojwang and the entire nation when we have a very sad day today. Honorable Speaker, it is true, we don't know where to start and we don't know what to say. Because if a young man, Ojwang, can die in a police cell with an excuse of committing suicide, and people would dare to say that, and we have a number of Kenyans who have died in the hands of police, Honorable Speaker, remembering the Angata Barikoi citizens who died in the hands of the police with a bullet. Just recently we had a number of members of the community of Majimoto in Narok again who died in the hands of police with bullets. Just recently, a day ago, in Nakuru, somebody was shot. Honorable Speaker, I think this one is becoming too much to Kenyans to bear this. We want, as most of our colleagues have said here, we want to demand, Honorable Speaker, the IG, whom I participated to his vetting, to his interviews in the Committee of National Security, we want him in this house. We want to demand him not later than tomorrow, so that we're able to ask him, because the responsibility stands and the buck stops at him. And the president should also take this, because everything is the commander of the armed forces. He needs to take responsibility on the same, because we cannot keep having Kenyans dying in his watch and there is no action. Honorable Speaker, I want to stand on that, but I want also to support this statement fully, and action must be taken. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia hii hoja ya kifo cha Albert Ojwang. Albert Ojwang alikuwa ni mwalimu ambaye alifundisha shule moja inaitwa Kituma kule Burawad, Taita Taveta, na mtu ambaye nilimfahamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimehuzunika sana kwa hii kifo, kwa sababu Albert Ojwang vile tumeambiwa ni kwamba alikuwa mtoto peke yake katika hiyo familia. Na najua baba yake alikuwa ni maskini vile tumeona katika vyombo vya habari, na alitegemewa na babake na wazazi wake ili abadilishe maisha ya ile familia. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kutamausha na kuhuzunisha sana, kwa sababu alibeba kutoka Homa Bay na kuja mpaka police station huku Nairobi, kama hakuna vituo vya polisi kule Homa Bay. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kuhuzunisha ya kwamba asasi za usalama zinatumika ili kunyamazisha Wakenya kwa sababu ya kuongea ukweli. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama mambo hayaendi vyema, hayaendi sawa, watu lazima wawe na uhuru wa kuongea. Mheshimiwa Spika, tusirudishwe miaka ya zamani Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu sasa tumeenda mbali sana. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, zamani nakumbuka wakati wa miaka ya 90 ilikuwa ukiongea ulikuwa unaangalia nyuma, na hata mkiwa kwa nyumba mnasema kwamba kuta zina masikio, kwa sababu kulikuwa na kila mahali watu ambao walikuwa wanaitwa maspai. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatutaki kurudi hayo maeneo. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima uchunguzi ufanywe vizuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hii nyumba nilileta statement Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo haijapata suluhu bado, haijapata majibu bado, ya mtu ambaye aliuawa kule kwetu Veruga, ndani ya mikono ya polisi akiwa seli, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mwangoji wameeleza aliuawa pia, na mpaka saa hizi Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati husika haijaleta ripoti kamili, na ningependa kushinikiza Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba hiyo ripoti iletwe ili tujue Mwangoji alifanya nini, alifanya makosa gani, na ni kitendo gani kilifanywa na wale polisi ili yeye kufa katika mikono ya polisi. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima hili swala liangaliwe kwa undani, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema Wakenya wasinyamaze wakati kuna mambo ya wakashifu, kwa sababu ni haki yao ya kuongea, na ni haki yao baada ya wameongea walindwe. Si kusema kwamba ukiongea ukweli kwamba hautalindwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima Kenya turudi na tujue kwamba tuko na katiba mpya ambayo inalinda kila Mkenya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kulikuwa na nguvu na uwezo wa Albert kupelekwa kotini, mwalimu Albert kupelekwa kotini na kufungulia mashtaka, si kumua Albert ndani ya jela. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hayo machache Mheshimiwa Spika, na
Senator for Meru County, Senator Kathure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, also for this opportunity to give my condolences to this young soul, which you have lost in a very, very cruel circumstances, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is bleeding this afternoon since we learned the death of Albert. And Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have clearly put it, the Committee on Security of this House, let us lead by example. Chair Fatuma Nduro should suspend any other activity that they have for this week. Now I'm speaking as the chair of the Liaison Committee with the powers bestowed to me by the committee and the standing orders. No, that is why, Honorable Speaker, when we have matters such as matter as this, at least the chair or the vice chair should be recording notes of what the members are saying, so that whatever they do in the committees, they will get input from the members, the senators. What we are saying here, we are not just talking in vain, but they should be here to take notes, so that when they meet the IG of police and anybody else, they have facts and issues that they should raise with them. I don't want to communicate to you directly, Senator Nduro, but thank you for coming back, because what we are discussing is a matter of national importance that needs a lot of attention. So I was saying that maybe this week you should suspend any other activity that you have as a committee and deal with this matter perpendicularly. How I wish that all these police commanders, the IG and all those people involved that will summon, including the CS, can appear before the plenary, not even to your committee, but before the plenary, so that we can ask serious questions that maybe the 9 of you might be able not to handle. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, today I'm very sad indeed that just the other day from Homa Bay County, we lost a member of parliament. Again, from Homa Bay County, we have lost a very young man who maybe could have aspired to become the member of parliament for Kasipuru Kabondo. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a matter that needs a lot of attention. It is an afternoon that we didn't need, not even to talk about parties. Whether there is an agreement, coalition agreement, or broad-based agreement or not, no Kenyan should die in a political cell. So don't tell us about the agreements on political parties. No, we are talking of a Kenyan, a young man who has passed on. So let's forget about the parties. Forget about whether I'm in UDA or not. UDA also condemns with the strongest terms possible this death of this young man. I'm a very senior member of UDA, and personally, I'm not happy that this guy, I don't mind. So, Mr. Speaker, let me...
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is sad, indeed, Mr. Speaker. I am deeply saddened by Albert's death. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about, I'm sure all of us will be talking about Albert's death, Albert's soul to rest in peace. And I'm just wondering, is his soul going to rest in peace really? After all what happened? Did he really deserve what happened to him. Freedom of expression, Mr. Speaker, must never be a death sentence. It shouldn't. And you can imagine a young life that has been lost. It is sad indeed. We call for a thorough investigation, Mr. Speaker. Albert's voice should not be silenced. I feel strongly, and I really appeal for justice, Mr. Speaker. The OCS, I hear the OCS has been interdicted, but does that mean anything? Does it really mean anything? He has just been, the story remains the same. It is sad indeed. It is devastating for this loss of a young life. Mr. Speaker, I feel that let us just stand by justice. It is painful, Mr. Speaker, as I speak. I don't have words for such. I mean, for someone just to be in a cell and died suddenly, with a lot of story and banging his head. I feel, the story does not add up in any way, Mr. Speaker. By justice delayed, Mr. Speaker, we say it's justice denied. Can this story, like we said, can it be done as soon as possible? Can it be tomorrow, not even if not today, Mr. Speaker? I stand with the family, and I feel the pain, and we hope that his soul is going to rest in peace only after the justice has been done. I feel my heart goes to the family of Albert, Mr. Speaker. I support my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, seriously, I don't know. I am so deeply saddened. I feel so pained that I don't know how to express myself in this one, Mr. Speaker. May his family have strength and comfort, go through strength and comfort during this time for the loss of their son. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to join my colleagues to send condolences to the family of Albert OJWANG and the people of Homa Bay. Honorable Speaker, it's a very unfortunate situation.
Yeah, so I just ask members to be objective.
At the age of, I think, 28, 29 years old. Who was a teacher in this country. It's very unfortunate. Albert was driven all the way from Homa Bay, 350 kilometers. In Homa Bay, we have police stations, we have courts, we have high courts. I don't know why this man was driven all the way, the late, up to Nairobi. That means somebody was ready to see him finished or dead. Honorable Speaker, those who are interdicted, the officers that are interdicted, are today denying that some of them are not in opposition, are not even on duty. And therefore, it means there is something hidden in this place. And it's over 20, I think since this government took over, 20 Kenyans died in police cells. That is where we were supposed to run to, where people have to seek security. But unfortunately, the way we lost young ones in the police cells is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the Kenyan police won't see this country go into chaos. I think they won't see this government fails. Because every day we're hearing people being killed and being shot. The police, I think, are going slow to show the world that they won't see the current government is not in support of their life or whatever. I don't know what's the problem. However, my Honorable Speaker, if this has happened, I think the highest leader of the security must resign in this country. That is the minister, the PS, and the CIG should all resign to show that this matter must stop. Not only suspending police officers who are very junior officers. Honorable Speaker, if the government feels they cannot tolerate comments, this guy only tweeted something, then these social things like TikTok and WhatsApp, this should be banned in this country now instead of killing young men. I think that's the only best way. If you cannot tolerate comments, then they should buy the social things. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to request you, In solidarity with the family, through you, Honorable Speaker, this House will observe 1 minute silence in support of the family. Thank you so much.
Senator Onyonka Richard.
Mr. Speaker, I, with a lot of humility, accept the possibility that you have allowed me to vent on this matter. And I want my colleagues in this House to listen to me carefully. I have frequently been on public saying that we need to stop killing our children, that we must accept that we are the ones as adults in the House who've been messing up in this republic. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to all of us discuss in this House, and I hear everybody saying, no, let us make sure that this guy is arrested and all. What was OJWANG discussing that made this man kill him? It's corruption. The reason this young man was killed, he said the police service receives close to 56 billion shillings every year. This is the story. This is the big thing in this House. But we are talking about, oh, OJWANG is killed, we need to arrest. This country of ours has to be fixed. And you are the people to fix it. And you are refusing to fix it. Because we are part and parcel of the mess of our country. And when we are discussing this thing, you politicize them. You say, oh, it's broad-based. Oh, it is all about those people are the ones who are on the other side. When this thing collapses, all of you will be in the same boat, I tell you. You will hang separately. Because you are the people betraying this republic. The police officers are a consequence of our failure. That is the reality. We have refused to accept that we can fix this country, that we can work together, that we don't have to be tribal, that we can actually act as adults. But we behave like children when everybody outside is crying, saying, where are the adults in the House? I beg you people, let us sit and fix our country. What you see happening to OJWANG is a consequence of a failed system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza nachukua nafasi hii kuombeleza familia, marafiki na watu ya Homa Bay kwa kifo ya Albert Ojwang ambaye alikuwa na miaka 31. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo ukiendesha gari ukikimbizwa na wakora, mahali utaenda kwanza kukimbilia uokoe maisha yako ni police station. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa ukienda police station ya Kenya na utauawa, ukikimbizwa na wezi utaenda wapi? Hauna mahali pa kwenda, kwa sababu mahali unakimbizwa iko kifo, mahali unaenda pia iko kifo. Hiyo ndio maisha tuko nayo leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, askari iko Kenya ni 1108 askari polisi na askari ya utawala. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nikisimama hapa nikiwakilisha Marsabit, sitaki kulaumu polisi wote. Siku 5 iliyopita mahali inaitwa Loyangalani Electorokana, Marsabit County, watu 4 waliuawa. Napeana pole kwa hiyo familia. Kama polisi wanaitwa QRU, Quick Response Unit, hawajafika huko, saa hizi watu karibu 100 wamekufa. Nataka kupongeza polisi vile walifanya kazi hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka ya 1990 leo Governor Orengo alikuja mbele yetu. Yeye alikuwa juu ya Toyota Stout akitafuta constitution mpya. Na kama siku angekufa, hiyo constitution hatungepata. Kwa hivyo ni mzuri serikali ivumilie kelele ya wananchi na Gen Z. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka kusema hivi. Kuna watu wanasema kuna broad based government na wanataka kulaumu Rais Mheshimiwa Ruto. Kama wewe uko kwa hiyo serikali, kwa nini unalaumu Ruto? Wewe umeingia kwa serikali, uko ndani, kwa nini unasema Ruto, Ruto, Ruto? Si ufanya kitu hata wewe kwa sababu umeingia kwa serikali, umepatiwa waziri, umepatiwa pesa, umepatiwa kitu mnataka zote mnapata. Usikae huko ndani, halafu unajifanya kama uko nje. Ukiona mambo mabaya, unalaumu serikali. Ukiona mambo mazuri, unasema tuko kwa serikali. Waacha kaa ndani ama kaa nje. Ukikaa ndani, waacha kulaumu serikali. Wewe fanya kazi hiyo. Unasema rais anafanya
Senator Catherine.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to speak. Speaker, this matter is grave. And this matter is painful for those of us who are mothers. Albert was about the age of my son, and Albert shares a name with my husband. And I have just learned Albert is a young man I have worked with when I served as chair of the ODM Elections Board. Mr. Speaker, what has happened is serious. And in my view, if not taken seriously, it may very well be the last straw. And I think we need to take this seriously. And honorable colleagues, even as we commend, even as we plan, Honorable Speaker, can you ask Omtata and Kajwang to tone their voices? Even as we plan to call the IG, honorable colleagues, I want to ask you, is IG capable of investigating this case? I don't think he's capable of investigating this case. Mr. Speaker, I think the DIG need to do this country a favor. He needs to resign. As the first step of showing respect to the family of Albert OJWANG, the DIG needs to resign. He doesn't even need to go through the process of being fired. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I don't think the IG is capable of investigating this case because it is his number 2 who was supposed to be a complainant over a freedom of expression issue. I'm asking that we consider this matter being guided as an inquest so that somebody other than the IG or the DIG deals with this matter. And I'm asking colleagues to put their heads together to seriously consider so that we can get justice for this family. And for those of you who are close to the president, please give him this advice. This may very well be the last straw in this country. I think it is sad for this family. No, I'm not threatening anybody. It is sad for this nation, and it is painful. Anybody who is a mother, anybody who is a father feels that this is not acceptable.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm being disrupted by my cousin, Senator Sifuna. Mr. Speaker, if the tears of the father of Albert OJWANG do not prick the concerns of the members of this House, Honorable Speaker, I do not understand what will ever prick our concerns. Honorable Speaker, I must also inform the House that I went to school with Albert OJWANG at Pwani University. When I graduated in 2017, he was a first year. Mr. Speaker, how fragile are the egos of the people who have been tasked with the security apparatus of this republic, that a person of the stature of the Deputy Inspector General, who has a training, and I've seen that he has a master's in counter-terrorism, a man who is trained to deal with terrorists, cannot deal with just a Facebook post, Honorable Speaker, that he had to send for this young man on a weekend. Mr. Speaker, there is no record that Albert Ojwang was summoned to appear in any police station and he said no. He was being arrested on a weekend. His parents were there, actually, Mr. Speaker. Their father was coming to Nairobi with the title to come and secure the bond or the bail of his son, only to be given the body of his son in a body bag, Honorable Speaker. I am wondering, Honorable Speaker, even as we speak about the people we are speaking about, Mr. Speaker, did you actually see that the complainant in this particular case, DIG ELIUD LANGAT, was standing behind the Inspector General of Police when they're saying that they are starting the investigation, Honorable Speaker? How would a person whom, in my opinion, is the lead suspect in the murder of Ojwang be standing right behind the people who are expected to investigate, Honorable Speaker? Mr. Speaker, number two, I also would wonder how cold and how heartless is the heart of the president, that to this minute, he has not even issued a condolences. Everything is running on in the country like nothing has happened, Honorable Speaker. We have not even seen the condolence message of the Minister of Interior. If the president wants the young people to actually believe that he loves them, as he has been saying, Honorable Speaker, he must crack the whip on this person, ELIUD LANGAT. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, who is this person that is protecting ELIUD LANGAT? How powerful is ELIUD LANGAT that he has or can commit a crime of this magnitude, Honorable Speaker, and continue serving as the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Honorable Speaker? Even as we require them to come to the House, him should have done this country a favor by resigning. In a democracy that is working, Honorable Speaker, ELIUD LANGAT cannot and should not be serving as the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Honorable Speaker. Finally, the life of Ojwang is as important as the life of Ongondowere, Honorable Speaker. In 2 days, the PS for Internal Interior was giving an update of what has happened, including the arrest of suspects.
Senator Isaboy.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii na mimi pia niweze kuchangia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza natoa risala za rambirambi kwa familia ya Albert kwa niaba yangu na watu wa Kwale County kwa kifo chake, kijana mdogo sana mwenye umri ambao takriban miaka 25 na kuendelea. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kwa sababu huyu kijana ambaye alikuwa akisomea huko Pwani University akamaliza. Baba yake alikuwa ni mtu wa kufanya kazi katika timbo za mawe kumsomesha mtoto wake na akahitimu akapata kazi na sasa amekuwa mwalimu huko. Lakini kisanga hichi kilipotokea, ulimwengu mzima na nchi nzima ya Kenya imehuzunika kuhusu kijana huyu, kifo chake. Yangu ni kusema tu uchunguzi ufanyike na haki ipatikane kwa familia yake na wale waliohusika sheria ichukuliwe mkononi mwake. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Veronica.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I want to also thank Senator Eddy for bringing this very important statement before the floor of this House. Honorable Speaker, I want to believe this is a dream. I have never imagined in my whole life, even as a trained advocate, that an accused person, accused of a misdemeanor, not a felony, not a category of an offense, which is so serious, and there would not be even a justification for any suspect charged with a serious offense to be killed within the precincts of a police station. I want to believe it's a dream that Albert was actually picked by persons who identified themselves as police officers, picked from his home, handed over to the hands of police officers by his parents, and the parents knew they are following him behind to help him and assist him secure a bond so that he can stand trial. And he's taken to a police station, Honorable Speaker, and after a few hours, Albert dies from head injuries, neck compression, multiple soft tissue trauma, and pathologist has ruled out self-inflicted injuries. I think it is very sad. And I must admit, it must not happen to anybody within the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the other day, Boniface Mwangi, the activist who went to Tanzania, together with his friends, people sometimes whom we don't even support, were tortured in Tanzania. And Kenyans were up in arms because of how the police in Tanzania behaved. How much more, Honorable Speaker, when Kenya is the lead in matters democracy, in matters of expression, political expression, how much more responsibility must the police take to deal with suspects within the constitutional parameters that they are given in the Republic of Kenya? I just want to take one moment, because I have worked in a police reform program with the Laikipia University, where we were introducing human rights to the police, that any time an accused person is arrested, they have rights under the Constitution. The Bill of Rights defends them, and I want to condemn in the strongest terms possible the killing of Albert Ojwang within the precincts of a police cell. It's embarrassing, and whoever did it is actually sabotaging the government of the day. It is very wrong, Honorable Speaker, and action must be taken, exhaustive investigations carried out, and whoever is culpable must be held liable. Let IPOA now do its work, and we are looking out, Honorable Speaker, to see that IPOA for once can hold police officers. Honorable Speaker, responsible for any...
Senator Mpesa Support.
Honorable Speaker, a country that kills its young people is a country that kills its future. Honorable Speaker, just the last 1 week, I was here as a proud leader from Homa Bay County. And Honorable Speaker, I shared with this House our happiness from the celebration of Madaraka in Homa Bay County. But this morning, Honorable Speaker, I asked myself, was this the celebration we had in Homa Bay County on the 1st of June, Honorable Speaker? Is this the aftermath of what we've gotten from that celebration? Honorable Speaker, even all the developments we counted and I counted here is not equal to the life of one young man called Albert Omondi. Honorable Speaker, this morning, as I was having breakfast, just a brief breakfast with my son, I saw a young man shed tears over this death, Honorable Speaker. And my son preciously asked me, Mom, why do we as a country make 2 steps ahead and then we make 5 steps going back? Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the President that, Mr. President, who is this who is keen on tarnishing the image of this country? Are you not able to deal with that person? And Honorable Speaker, I've heard a number of politicians make statements since the death of Albert, and a number of them are sorting themselves across the board. I want to tell them, Mr. Speaker, sir, are sorting themselves across the board. I want to tell them, Mr. Speaker, sir, that over this, keep your sentiments away because a life has been lost. Honorable Speaker, I speak as a parent. Why are we on some of these seats, including any seat anybody has, if we cannot face such challenges? Honorable Speaker, let us allow our young people to grow. If you cannot fathom any challenge, Honorable Speaker, don't go for any seat. But the president must just address this, Honorable Speaker. I think it is by design that after the celebration of Madaraka in Homa Bay, somebody wants us to just shed some darkness in this country. Honorable Speaker, let us move forward. We have been told of a young man who could have committed suicide. This is the only country where we saw a...
Senator Karungo Tsangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm equally sad, Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this issue of a lost soul. But one, Pastor Martin Niemola from Germany said, Mr. Speaker, first they came for the socialist. I did not say anything because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist. I did not say anything because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not say anything because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one to speak for me. Mr. Speaker, as a country and as the Senate, we are all affected. We are all affected, not just as a nation. We are affected as people who have been entrusted to take care of the people, Mr. Speaker. Even the government pathologist who has been going through or conducting postmortems on such cases has even been affected, Mr. Speaker, saying a relative brought on a table for him to check what killed him, Mr. Speaker. I think as a country and as this Senate, we must give an ultimatum, Mr. Speaker, that by 25th June, Mr. Speaker, if this Senate has not done anything, if this LANGAT DIG has not resigned, Kenyans should come out on 25th as a Memorial Day to come in large numbers, Mr. Speaker, and deal with whoever, Mr. Speaker, is not doing what it's supposed to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, the police who have been mandated to take care of Kenyans, they are quick to act on some useless issues, Mr. Speaker. Today, as we speak, there is a police officer by the name Samido. Samido, who is a musician, who was granted a leave to go to America. He was supposed to return yesterday, but today there is a warrant of arrest on him for abduction of duty. If the police can issue a warrant of arrest for somebody because of missing work, yet we have a police officer whose name has been dragged on every murder. And, Mr. Speaker, they're not doing anything. I think as a country, I think as a Senate, we need to do something, Mr. Speaker. The same police told us a member of parliament has kidnapped himself. The same police told us he kidnapped himself and he slept in a certain hotel. The same police, but we did nothing, Mr. Speaker, because he does not come from our region. Today, the same police are saying the guy, the Albert OJWANG, hit his head on the wall, Mr. Speaker. The same police. At least we can say we are here now discussing issues because we have been all affected by the death of Albert OJWANG, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavindu.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii niweze nami kutia sauti yangu kwa hili jambo ambalo linahuzunisha sana zaidi. Na kwanza niwape wazazi wa huyu kijana pole zangu. Bwana Spika, kila mzazi utarajia kuzikwa na mtoto wake. Hakuna mzazi hata mmoja utarajia kuzika mtoto. Na hii Bwana Spika inaleta uchungu sana kuona watoto wetu wanauawa kama ndege. Mwaka moja ikifika tarehe 25 mwezi huu tutakuwa tumefikisha mwaka tukikumbuka jinsi wetu walipouawa. Bwana Spika, nilikuwa kwa hili bunge na nilitoka pale nje tukatembea tukaenda kule Bunge Towers. Bwana Spika, experience ya 3 hours Bunge Towers ilikuwa kama mwaka mzima. Kila nikisikia bunduki nalia tu, nilikuwa nasikia tumbo yangu inatoka. Maana mimi ni mama. Na hiyo bunduki ilikuwa inapiga mtoto. Sasa hivi sasa tunaongelea mtoto ambaye ameuawa na watu ambao wanastahili kuwa wanalinda kila mwananchi katika hili taifa. Kama tutauliwa kule tunastahili kukimbilia usalama. Basi tutapata usalama wapi Kenya hii? Ni kuonyesha taifa letu limeanguka kabisa. Na mimi naita president wa hili taifa, Bwana William Samuel Ruto, tafadhali simama kama president. Na sasa hivi kama si jana uongee kuhusu huyu kijana. Na wale ambao wamesababisha watendewe kile wanastahili kutendewa. Kwa sababu hatutanyamaza watoto wetu wakiendelea kuuawa. Sasa wakikufa wote tutabakia na nini kama taifa? Vijana ndio wenye nguvu, ndio wanaweza kuendelesha taifa. Tukizidi kuwaua ni wapi tutapata wengine wa kuendelesha taifa hili? Mimi nasema hivi, kama mtu yoyote amefanya makosa, kuna koti, apelekwe kotini au hukumiwe. Kama afungwa afungwe, kama hakuna hatia aachiliwe. Lakini kuuawa, hii jambo ninakashifu kabisa, kwa sababu hakuna haki ya mtu kupoteza uhai wake bila sababu yoyote. Na niyo mtoto peke yake ya wazazi wake. Hawa wazazi labda hata umri wao hawaruhusu tena kuwa na mtoto. Watapata mtoto wapi? Hata kama watalipa hiyo fedha watalipwa hailinganishwi na huyo mtoto. Na tunaomba haki itendeke hata kwa jinsi walipokufa kwenye taifa hili.
Senator A.C. Okenyuri.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Kwanza ningependa kutoa pole zangu kwa familia ya marehemu Albert Ojwang. Ni kisa ambacho kimenisikitisha mno Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, sisi kama vijana tumeondoka nyumbani kwenye umaskini kuja mijini ili kujitafutia. Ni kisa kimenihuzunisha kuwa Albert aliweza kuchukuliwa na maafisa wale, na ripoti za upasuaji wa maiti zimeonyesha kuwa Albert hakujiua, aliweza kuuawa na maafisa wale. Singependa kujiunga na wenzangu ambao wananungunika. Bwana Spika, maafisa wale ambao walimbeba Albert kutoka kwao washtakiwe kwa makosa ya mauaji ili wasema nani ambaye aliwatuma kuangamiza kijana yule. Ni jambo ambalo linasikitisha Bwana Spika, kwa sababu kama vijana wa taifa watatendewa unyama kama ule, sisi viongozi tunabaki hapa tukinungunika Bwana Spika. Hii si hali ya kawaida Bwana Spika. Na mauaji ya wanablog yamekithiri. Sisi kama viongozi tumezoea kuwekewa makosa kwenye mitandao pale, lakini hatujawa wa hasira kiwango cha kutaka kuwaua wale ambao wanatutusi pale kwenye mitandao. Kwa sababu tuko kwenye nafasi za uongozi, mambo kama yale yakitokea, sio sisi kuchukua hatua kama zile. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, maafisa wale ambao walimchukua kijana huyu Albert kutoka nyumbani akiwa salama washtakiwe kwa makosa ya mauaji, ili waweze kuambia bunge hili na taifa kiini kikuu cha wao na ni nani ambaye aliwatuma kumwangamiza kijana huyu. Roho yake isilale pema peponi Bwana Spika, iweze kuwasumbua ambao wamefanya mambo hayo katika taifa hili. Asante sana.
Senator Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to begin with, I just want to read Article 238 of the Constitution, Clause 1. It reads, national security is the protection against internal and external threats to Kenya's territorial integrity and sovereignty, its people, their rights, freedoms, property, peace, stability, and prosperity, and other national interests. Clause 2A says national security is subject to the authority of this Constitution and Parliament. Parliament has the power to investigate this crime. And we have gotten to a point whereby we should form a parliamentary committee of inquiry to be guided by the inquiry. And that committee should get to the ground and call witnesses and unearth this problem. If you look at the Commission of Inquiries Act, it's another guide. We can ask the president to form the committee. If he can't, Parliament can constitute itself into a committee. When J.M. Kariuki died, Parliament constituted a committee of inquiry, and there's a tradition in this house that we have been able to inquire matters like this. So given the weight of this matter, my submission is that Parliament should investigate this matter. The police have nothing to investigate. Yes, please.
Senator Omtata, would you wish to be informed by the Senator for Migori?
Yes.
You may proceed, Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, my brother, Senator Omtata, has called for the formation of, I'm very emotional, Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive me. He has called for a commission of inquiry on the death of a young man when it is a matter of public understanding that there is somebody who has been alleged to have reported that OJWANG had published something about him. How does the justice system work, Mr. Speaker? How does it work? Can it be?
Senator Eddy, what is this information that you'd wish to share to aid Senator Mtata's contribution?
What I want to share with Senator Mtata is there is a serious person who works in the police rank who had an issue with this young man, and there's nothing to inquire about him. At the very least, let the young people in Kenya see that at least this person is behind bars, or at least has written a statement for which can form a basis for any kind of inquiry. There is nothing to inquire about a DIG who had an issue with this young person, Mr. Speaker. What is there to inquire?
Senator,
and is the one who sent for him, Mr. Speaker. What is there to inquire?
Senator Eddy, I've given you some latitude because we wanted to know, to understand the information you wanted to volunteer. Nevertheless, Senator Tata, if that is helpful, you may proceed.
Well, it is helpful to the extent that you have not seen the tweet. Personally, I have not seen the tweet that has been referred to or the insulting statement that's alleged. I've not seen it. Naturally, this thing would have been floating around. So it looks like if there was one, there's a very heavy cover-up that we are not able to leave it to the ordinary law enforcement mechanisms to get to the root of this matter. That's why I would like people like Senator Sifuna here, Senator Mandago, and people, and the bull of Nandi, Senator Chererke, to sit on this issue and try to bring closure to this. We had Gen Zs killed in this country. It's close to a year today. No stone has been turned. And if it has been turned, what was seen under that stone has not been told to us. That's what I'm saying, as the ultimate house. And that's why I read this constitution, 258 clause 2A. National security is our business. And national security includes the lives of Kenyans. A life of a Kenyan has been lost. Many lives have been lost. Nobody has been held accountable. That's why I'm saying that in this particular matter, we form a body, a committee of inquiry the way it was done when J.M. Kariuki died, and the way it was done recently when this lady was killed by the British soldiers. And we unearth the evidence we can get and force law enforcement to act. If we leave it to law enforcement, we are going to complain, daylight, sunset, and the things will go cold. Let this house take charge and get to the bottom of this matter, turn whatever stone there is to be turned, look under that stone, and tell them what they see. That's what we need. Otherwise, we are going to end up nowhere. They are going to sanitize this thing and it's going to disappear. This was a murder. We even have information when this guy was taken to Central Police Station when he was bleeding. We would like these people to have a forum where they can come and tell us what they saw without fear of being victimized. That's why I'm asking for a parliamentary commission of inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu.
Asanti Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa nataka kuleta risala zangu za rambirambi na watu wa Laikipia kwa familia ya Albert Omondi Ojwang. Na nimpongeze Seneta wa Migori Eddie kwa kuleta taarifa hii kwa sababu wakati huu Bwana Spika, kwa nchi nzima kuna tanzia kwa sababu ya kumpoteza kijana barubaru. Kijana ambaye alikuwa ana maono. Bwana Spika, na hii imekuwa ni kama kawaida kwa sababu inaonekana watu wanaongea na polisi, maafisa wa usalama wamezoea. Watu wataongea, watanyamaza. Bwana Spika, nasema hivi kwa sababu kuna taarifa ambayo tungetaka kujua kile ambacho kilimuua padre ambaye anaitwa John Maina Ndegwa wa Boyman. Vile vile taarifa kuhusu padre ambaye anaitwa Alois Cheriot Bet. Lakini Bwana Spika, ikiwa taarifa kama hizo huwezi kazipata, wanajua ya kwamba hata huyu kijana ambaye tayari tunaambiwa ya kwamba na maafisa ambao wanatuambiwa kwamba watafanya uchunguzi. Uchunguzi wao wa kwanza walisema ati katika seli Ojwang alijigongesha kwa ukuta. Bwana Spika, huyu Ojwang hakuna mahali kunasemekana alikuwa na ugonjwa wa kifafa ati alianguka. Ni wazi julikane alipokuwa akichukuliwa Homa Bay. Maafisa wa usalama walihakikishia wazazi wake ya kwamba ako sawasawa na atapatikana akiwa vile vile. Bwana Spika, alitoka huko akiwa buheri wa afya, lakini ukiangalia ripoti ya upasuaji wa mwili wake inaonyeshana ya kwamba alinyongwa, na vile vile inaonekana ya kwamba alipigwa kichapo cha mbwa kuingia msikitini. Bwana Spika, hii ni aibu kwa maafisa wa usalama kwa sababu wao ndio wamepewa jukumu kulinda mali na maisha ya wananchi. Bwana Spika, sasa inafika kiwango ya kwamba wananchi wanashindwa wakimbilie majambazi? Hapana. Wakimbilie polisi? Hapana. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, Inspector General wa polisi anapaswa kuitwa hapa aelezee kinaga ubaga. Naye naibu wa Inspector General wa polisi ambaye anatuhumiwa ya kwamba haya mambo yametendeka kwake, Bwana Spika, anapaswa kuwa amejiuzulu. Na si hiyo peke yake Bwana Spika, samaki anaanza kuoza kutoka kwa kichwa. Waziri wa usalama Kipchumba Murkomen anapaswa akija hapa kesho atuelezee vizuri, na akishindwa kueleza Bwana Spika ajiuzulu. Kwa sababu yeye ndio tunategemea, yeye ndio tumepatia lile jukumu akiwa kama waziri. Nataka kuwashukuru vijana wa hapa Eddie, na shukuru majority leader ama kiongozi wa
Senator Asige.
Thank you, Speaker. In June of 2024, the streets were the crime scene during the Gen Z protests. Now young people are being executed in a new place. It seems that police stations have become the new crime scene. And I, as I proceed, want to call for the IG and his deputy, who have had far too many extrajudicial killings under their belt in just 1 year, fired with immediate effect. Mr. Speaker, because there are too many rights that have been violated through the death and the killing of Albert, 26, 28, and 29, and other articles of the Constitution. Why was Albert Ojwang arrested without a warrant or a clear explanation of the charges contrary to Article 49? Why was he transferred over 350 kilometers from Homa Bay to Nairobi instead of being processed locally? On what basis was he even detained in Nairobi? Why was his safety not guaranteed while in police custody as mandated by Section 59 of the National Police Service Act? And if the allegations of corruption that he made were worth killing him, then why isn't this precisely what we're investigating? Because only a hit dog hollers. DCI should not be seen anywhere near this investigation, Speaker. A judgment by Justice Mugambi on the 9th of May 2025 clarified that only IPOA has the mandate to investigate deaths and injuries caused by police officers who are on duty or occur in custody. Not DCI, not any other department of the police. Also, the Security Services Laws Amendment was introduced in Parliament to expand IPOA's oversight powers and give it more teeth, not just recommendations, but actually allow them to make arrests. But the National Assembly has blocked this bill. We know that. They say that it doesn't concern counties, thereby stalling its legislative process in this Senate, and therefore obstructing real justice. We have to fight as a Senate to bring that bill. Dead people don't tell tales, Speaker, but the collective voice of Kenyans demands that this tale be told and justice be served immediately. I thank you.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also joined my colleagues to condemn the killing of Albert Ojwang, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a young man who was teaching. In fact, I want to send condolences to the people of Homa Bay, the people of Taita Taveta, because he was a teacher there, Honorable Speaker, and the only child. So it's unfortunate that he had to die in a police cell. I don't know if the police don't know that there is a law that was passed 2019 called Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, that if anybody abuses you in the social media, you report, take them to court, and charge them. So there was no need to kill this innocent young man, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think it is time now for the National Police Service to put CCTV cameras in the cells, because we have lost many people in the cells, and there is no record to show what could have happened, actually, Honorable Speaker. They need to put, the National Assembly need to afford some resources so that all our cells in the country, Honorable Speaker, are put CCTV cameras so that, there will be no excuse to say that somebody committed suicide. The report of autopsy is already out, Honorable Speaker, and they have said, the pathologists have said, Albert died not because of self-inflicting injuries. This was basically done by the police officers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate, and this should not happen in a democracy like Kenya, Honorable Speaker. We have a very progressive constitution, so these things should not happen at all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues actually in condemning what happened to Albert. Mr. Speaker, of late there is so much insecurity issues that are happening in this country. And I think it is high time that we have taken very serious action against the happenings as far as insecurity is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I saw the father of Albert actually on media trying to explain what happened to the son. And Mr. Speaker, you can imagine Albert having ugali and sukuma under a tree, and the police officers come with a motorbike and arrest the innocent young man. Mr. Speaker, if he was guilty, and I was actually hearing the father, he was saying the wife and the child were also seated there. He didn't even finish actually eating his ugali. Mr. Speaker, we should not allow loss of life in our country. This is happening. There are gangs all over actually recruited by so many people in this country, especially the politicians, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, when this matter came up, so many of my colleagues came to me and said that we must summon IG to come and explain this matter to us. Mr. Speaker, we managed to summon, to ask IG to come and explain on this matter this morning, 11 o'clock. But unfortunately, it didn't work out, Mr. Speaker. National Assembly has requested IG to appear before them on Thursday morning at 10 o'clock. And they have requested also Senate to appear before Senate on Thursday midday. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that police should not investigate. because it's like they are investigating themselves. IPOA is in place. They should actually move with speed and ensure that investigation is carried out, and those who are concerned should be brought to books. Mr. Speaker, I request on Thursday, midday, this should be the committee of the whole, where we should be able to address all the matters affecting insecurity in this country. I thank you, and I pass my condolences to the family of Albert, and the wife and the widow, the widow and the child. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter that needs to be dealt with and put to a stop. I thank you.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kericho and on my own behalf, I join the rest of the country in passing condolences to Albert Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here wondering, beyond the things we say as legislators, what else? What happens next? The unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, is that we have abated this kind of crimes for too long as legislators. We want to sit here, get clips on TikTok and say, you know, I expressed my rage. Look at the house, it's virtually empty. Because people have shared what they want to say. They have gotten theirs for the afternoon, Mr. Speaker, without a recourse. Mr. Speaker, the motion that we passed here after the June 25th protest, if we had adhered to it, and our committees, and I've said this more than 100 times on this floor, Mr. Speaker, that there were specific things that we asked each of our committees to do. The arrest procedures, Mr. Speaker, was part and parcel of what we passed in that particular motion. Mr. Speaker, the rights of protesters was part and parcel. If that had been addressed, Mr. Speaker, the young people of Angata Baragoi would not have been killed. If we had done the arrest procedures, Mr. Speaker, Albert Ojwang would not have been picked from Homa Bay to come here. And up to when, Mr. Speaker, do we want to be a house of lamentations? Let us be serious with our work. The people of our individual counties, Mr. Speaker, did not vote us in here to come and lament like them. We should be embarrassed. This is not a matter that we should even be addressing, Mr. Speaker, because we know for a fact that we have the power. If you, as a member of parliament, whine, what do you expect young people to do, Mr. Speaker? I want to urge ourselves that for once, let us take our duty seriously. Let us ask our committee on security to lead us into a conversation. In a sitting of the entire plenary, the same way the late Senator Yusuf Haji led us in this house, in a sitting of the entire plenary, when our 3 colleagues were arrested arbitrarily. But our Speaker, let us stop this hypocrisy of just speaking and going home. People are disappointed in our actions. I expect that Professor Ojenda, that you serve as a vice chair of this security committee, together with Senator Fatuma Dulo. You want us to speak about these issues until when? Surely, can't we lead the country into making the right decisions on how to handle protesters, how to handle arrested people, how IPOA, Mr. Speaker, can do their job without being interfered with, Mr. Speaker? Because last month they told us they are investigating those who kill people in Angata Baragoi. To date, we don't know who it is. How difficult is it to tell the country, even just to know, who are these officers that went for Albert in Homa Bay? Up to now, we don't know who they are. Yet when none of our own died, Mr. Speaker, we were being given a blow-by-blow explanation hour by hour. The life of Albert Ojwang is more important.
Senator Professor Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to commiserate with the family of the late Albert Ojwang, but also, Mr. Speaker, to condemn in the strongest terms possible, though I'm the vice chair of the Security Committee in Senate, and to undertake, Mr. Speaker, that the committee, and the chair has spoken, will go right to ensure that this matter is dealt with as by law required. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that under the Independent Police Oversight Authority Act of 2011, this matter must and ought to be investigated first by IPOA. And I'm glad that I saw the chair of IPOA, Commissioner Ahmed Isaac, together with the IG and the DIG and other police officers at the Central Police Station, which was the crime scene. Mr. Speaker, 2 things that I want to point to, Mr. Speaker. our colleagues in this House have this afternoon spoken and made a number of suggestions. The first suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that this matter be dealt with by the commission of inquiry and a commission of inquiry appointed under Chapter 102 of the laws of Kenya, the Commission of Inquiries Act. Mr. Speaker, since the law clearly spells out the role of IPOA under sections 5 and 6, this matter would be best initially investigated by IPOA. And Mr. Speaker, unlike my colleagues who have come before me, it is important that every person in this process be investigated. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, that we do not, at this point in time, call upon the resignation of individuals, including DIG LANGAT, who had filed a complaint, but to go to the depth of the investigation and establish who was responsible, who caused the death of Albert Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, the second point is this, that it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that a murder has been committed. A murder as prescribed under sections 204 and 207 of the Penal Code of the laws of this country, and the police officers who are culpable or who are linked to this offense, those who are in charge of Albert Ojwang right from the time of arrest, must all be arraigned in court. We want to see action in the same manner and fashion as happened in the case of the late Ngondowere, so that we have action. It is not enough, Mr. Speaker, to call upon officers to resign before they investigate. Let us have a report that will come to us, but Senate, as we are saying, Mr. Speaker, will undertake its function under the chairmanship of the Senator Dulo, and me as Vice Chair, we will.
Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that I got this opportunity to join my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to mourn the loss of Albert Ojwang, Mr. Speaker, and to condole with the family and the people of Homa Bay, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, to condole with the rest of the young Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say it is extremely sad that we are losing lives that we should not lose, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the worst is when we lose a person at the police cells, Mr. Speaker, because the police cells are supposed to be a protection place until one is proven guilty or not guilty, Mr. Speaker, but they should be saved at the police station, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not passing judgment on anybody, but we are asking for accountability, and someone must take responsibility for the loss of life of Mr. Albert Ojwang, Mr. Speaker. And who else will do that if it's not the police, Mr. Speaker? Who else will do that if it's not the top leadership of the police? The IG, the DIG, Mr. Speaker, must answer to Kenyans on what happened to Albert Ojwang, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the President should keenly look at this case. It is coming immediately after a very warm reception at Homa Bay. There could be people also who are working to undermine the government, Mr. Speaker. The President should see what is happening at the police force, Mr. Speaker. IPOA should come through for Kenyans in this case, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are not trusting the police to investigate themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely sad that even our young people have lost trust in us, Mr. Speaker, because we continue to lose them in circumstances that we should not. Imagine a situation where the parent has this one child only, and they have lost that single child, Mr. Speaker. Imagine the pain of these parents. Imagine what is the future of that family, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Parliament should now take its rightful place, Mr. Speaker, to hold the executive accountable for what is happening in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is sad, it is unfortunate,
And we must apologize to Kenyans for letting them down, Mr. Speaker. We must now come through as an independent house that will stand for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Keroch.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for also giving me this opportunity to stand as the Senator of Nakuru County with my Nakuru County people and my family to sincerely send our condolence to the family of Albert Omondi Ojwang. I condemn the killing of Albert Omondi Ojwang. When I received a photo of how he has been tortured in the police cell, I couldn't hold my tears. When I read the story of Albert Omondi, that he was the only child of a mother and a father, a newly wedded man, a father of a 1-year child, a graduate from Migori, and you can imagine to educate a child to a university level of parents of that status, how hard they've worked to ensure that their child get the rightful education. And this child now has gone. It is so sad. And in the hands of our security. So my aim is just to really ask the justice for Omondi and the family to be given. And I don't think there's anything else we're asking. It's just for his justice for now, because he's gone. And I think parents, and I stand with our majority leader saying, we cannot be a house of just coming here and talking and there no action. We parents have cried enough. I'm a victim. I know my daughter was murdered in 2020. And up to today, I've not gotten the justice that I'm pushing for. What does that tell? You can imagine Omondi now, they start their justice. And now, how long will it take for them to get the justice? So I think enough is enough. This house is the upper house, is to ensure such things now can come to a stop, to an end, where our children will not be killed, butchered, just because that they raise a voice of what they think or what they feel they should express their opinion. I think it's a high time. These people should know that they are even spoiling or damaging our government, which is working hard every day. And the rising security in Nakuru, I can't forget to say, the rising...
Very well, Honorable Senator, your time is up. Now, Honorable Senators, this is a very weighty matter. Kenyans are asking questions, and justifiably so, and we owe them the answers. The patience of this country is being stretched beyond its elasticity. The Honorable CS of Interior is scheduled to appear before the Senate tomorrow morning for purposes of responding to 15 questions that have been requested or asked by honorable senators. I wish to give the following as a way forward. Because of the urgency of this matter, that the CS appears tomorrow. However, before he embarks on the response of those 15 questions, we will first have the House move as a committee of the whole to interrogate this particular matter. After that session, then we can move to question time. While the CS is preparing to appear tomorrow, Secretariat inform the ministry that tomorrow the CS must appear with the following persons: the IG, the chairperson IPOA, the chairperson Police Service Commission. Those are the persons who are supposed to accompany the CS tomorrow as we move into a committee of the whole. And thereafter, we can move with the question time as contained in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties. Resumption of debate on the proposed amendments.
Now, honorable senators, when debate was interrupted on Thursday, the 5th of June, 2025, Senator Mungatana had the floor and he had a balance of 8 minutes. I'm not seeing Senator Mungatana in the House, and therefore the floor is open for debate. Now, honorable senators, the debate is on the amendments as proposed by Senator Mogeni, not on the entire formula. It is on the amendments as proposed. Senator for Kakamega, if you want to hug, you have the lounge. So, honorable senators, the debate that is supposed to continue is the debate on the proposed amendments by Senator Mogeni. Senator Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the amendment by Senator Okongo Omugeni. Mr. Speaker, I think in the principle of at the division, Mr. Speaker, I think last week we did mention on a number of, this is a 4-year or 5-year, Mr. Speaker, and therefore this division of revenue and amendment is very critical. Mr. Speaker, for Isiolo, let me begin by saying the following. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of equity. That is why the vote of Nairobi and the vote of Nandi and the vote of Kakamega and the vote of Elgeyo Marakwet, Mr. Speaker, is subjected to principle of equity, Mr. Speaker. This amendment that has been brought by Senator Okongo Omugeni, and I wish he would be listening, Mr. Speaker, this amendment that has been brought by Senator Okongo Omugeni on 4.46 billion to be shared to 11 counties, Mr. Speaker, Isiolo, Lamu, Elgeyo Marakwet County, among others, is in the principle of equity that we want to see, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish Senator Okongo Omugeni would be listening, including Embu, Mr. Speaker. I wish the mover of the amendment should be listening. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is why I wanted to insist that this is a principle of equity. Mr. Speaker, when we were coming up with a formula, including Taita Taveta, when we were coming up with the formula, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure each and every county, one, doesn't lose, two, no county gains more. Mr. Speaker, I have seen a county in this simulated that some counties were gaining 2 billion, others were gaining only 200 million. 200 million to any county like Elgeyo Marakwet or Taita Taveta or Embu or Isiolo, Mr. Speaker, is not in good faith. Yes. And therefore this simulation, where at least each and every county will gain 405.6 million, will be very significant, Mr. Speaker. That is why most of these counties cannot even take or do a significant or an important development in their counties, Mr. Speaker. So even, Mr. Speaker, as we look at this simulation, we must be aware, Mr. Speaker. The other day, and I've seen the budget is being read on Thursday, budget that is worth 4 trillion, Mr. Speaker. But it is very sad that members of National Assembly rejected an increment of counties of 465 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. That is an affront to the principle of equity and division of revenue, Mr. Speaker. I stand today on the basis of win-win for Lamu County. I stand today for the win-win for Taita Taveta County, Mr. Speaker. I stand today for support of Kirinyaga, Embu, Nyamira, Isiolo, Elgeyo, Marakwet, Mr. Speaker, because they deserve equity like all of us. If Elgeyo Marakwet wins, Nandi wins. If Isiolo wins, Mandera wins, Mr. Speaker. If Nyamira wins, Nakuru wins. We must push the principle of equity. It cannot be that a county is getting 2 billion, but a small county like Nyamira is getting a paltry millions of shillings, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the pedestal of history on the principle of equity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say when the conscience of a nation has disturbed a solitary mind, it doesn't mean that that man is mad, Mr. Speaker. We must push for a win-win, Mr. Speaker, so that as we push, we cannot blame Elgeyo Marakwet, Taita, Nyamira, Isiolo, Embu, Mr. Speaker, for underdevelopment. Yet when we are doing division of resources, we don't consider their uniqueness, including Lamu, Mr. Speaker. So I support this amendment by my senior. Na leo ndio narudisha mkono. After defending me, Mr. Speaker, when I was in police custody, he was able to dismantle my charges within seconds, Mr. Speaker. 1:59, 1 minute and 59 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the people of Lamu. Well, that is why, Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, we should not reduce ourselves to our own counties. That is why we say, Mr. Speaker, we are senators of the Republic of Kenya, elected by respective counties to represent the interests of all counties, Mr. Speaker. When I speak here, I speak on behalf of Nandi, on behalf of Nakuru, on behalf of Nyamira, on behalf of Kirinyaga, Wajir, Nyandarua, Laikipia, Migori, Taita Taveta, Kajiado, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Mr. Speaker, including Uasin Gishu, and Embu, Mr. Speaker, where the deputy party of DP comes from, Mr. Speaker. If there is a time I'm proud of my senior colleague in the profession, Senator Okongo Mugeni, Commissioner, is today, because he's pushing us to look for principle of equity. It cannot be, and I want to challenge members of National Assembly. When we demand for more resources, they only tell us there is corruption in counties. What are they doing for corruption in national government themselves? What are they doing? Mr. Speaker, it is shame for them to tell us that they cannot add money to our people who are suffering, Mr. In fact, we are going to scrap NTCDF because that is unconstitutional kitty, Mr. Speaker. It violates the Constitution, and I want to stand with the decision of the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, that we should only channel funds to only 2 entities. national executive and counties. If members of National Assembly want to run resource and manage money, let them run for 2 positions, governor or the presidency. When you are here, Mr. Speaker, Article 94 and 96 is we legislate, represent, oversight, do budget making process, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be the biggest threat to devolution today, Mr. Speaker, in this country is members of National Assembly. How can they appropriate and pass a budget of 4 trillion and give counties paltry 400 billion, Mr. Speaker? It is shame. And I want to tell Kenyans who are watching us, the reason there is underdevelopment in Mashinani is because of members of National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. They are in fact of 4 trillion. We should be pushing that 1 trillion or 50% or 4 trillion of the budget should go to Mashinani. That is counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, the people of Nyamira, today, the people of Elgeyo Marakwet, today, the people of Kajiado, the people of Taita Taveta, the people of Isiolo, the people of Lamu, the people of Embu, we must come up, the people of Kitui, Mr. Speaker. We must come up with a formula of win-win. Kenyans for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. This is the only house, Mr. Speaker, that will change the trajectory of development in this country, Mr. Speaker. We want to develop so much resources that somebody in Kericho, in Kapchebet, where Senator Aaron Cheruiyot comes from, does not care who is the president, Mr. Speaker. Somebody from Kilifi, where our esteemed, respected Speaker, Governor Senator Amason Jeffa Kingi, will not care who is the president because there are enough resources in Kilifi County, Mr. Speaker. I pray for that country, Mr. Speaker, where we will not charge or care who you are, but we will share resources based on principle of equity. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as Martin Luther Jr. King said, an injustice somewhere is an injustice everywhere. I will not be happy if I'm given so much to take to Nandi while Nyamira is losing. I'll not be happy when Mandera is given so much when Lamu is losing. Mr. Speaker, we are all Kenyans, including Embu, Mr. Speaker, where the deputy party leader comes from, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mundigi.
Senator Cherarigei, I don't want to disturb your flow of thoughts, but I hope I don't look like a man. Why are you addressing me as Mr. Speaker? You will clarify as we move along. Can you appropriately address
Mr. Speaker, the spirit of equity has overtaken my faculties, but I profusely withdraw and apologize, Madam Speaker. It is that my mind caught up when you are doing an exchange with the substantive Speaker. My apologies. We respect you, Madam Speaker. And we know Muranga will stand on the history of equity. I hope the delegation of Muranga, if they mean what they say on top of cars, wherever they work around the country, they must force for this principle of equity, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to challenge this country. The future of Kenya, Madam Speaker, is only on equity. I'm calling upon the Chair of Finance and Budget, my very good friend, which I have tremendous respect, a principal of Kenya Kwanza, a party leader, the Chair of Finance and Budget. Let us amend this formula. The pride of your committee, Mr. Chairman, sir, through Madam Speaker, is to ensure no county goes home crying. Let us take care of these counties. Madam Speaker, I've sat in public accounts for almost now 8 years. We have seen the financial statements. They cannot do anything. We went to Nyamira when the late, my brother, the late, his soul rest His Excellency Nyagarama, he was a good man. I don't know about the current one. Okay. That is, the senior council will tell us. And we visited, and they were only begging for it, was it 100 million to complete? Can you believe? While we are giving counties, even, Madam Speaker, we need also to look at their own source revenue. A county like Nairobi, the CRA revenue potential of county of Nairobi is 63 billion. We are giving it close to 20 billion. They have a pending bill around 120 billion, Madam Speaker. We must also, the mover of this amendment, Senator Okongo Omugeni, We must also ensure, and I want to appeal to the Finance and Budget Committee, you cannot compare revenue potential of Nairobi City County and Nyamira, despite that they are growing tea. Madam Speaker, even as we talk, Nyamira grows tea and Nandi. Are you aware our tea prices cumulatively per kilo has even fallen down? Now it is 19 shillings per kilo of tea. 9 shillings is being taken by Muchunaji Chai. 10 shillings remain with the farmer. Madam Speaker, so even if you discuss the own source revenue of Nyamira, it will fall down because of market of demand and supplies. Even here in Nairobi, they can collect, I saw them celebrating that they have collected 12 billion, yet their revenue potential is 63 billion. What are they telling us? And they are doing a program that dish in a county. And that program is not extending to all children, yet we are giving them the highest allocation. Look at Turkana, Mr. Speaker. We are giving Turkana the highest amount. But the information I have is the governor of Turkana, whenever he goes to a function, he dishes out 1,000 handouts. Yet the people of Turkana, you know, the senator of Turkana brought a statement where it is only in Turkana you get a Form 4 liver dispensing out medicine, Madam Speaker. That one does not happen even in Katanga, in Muranga County, where you come from. Yet the highest amount is we give. Let us not be selfish, Madam Speaker. This country belongs to all of us. If we want to end corruption, iniquity in this country, Madam Speaker, we must be willing to accommodate each other. The future of this nation is a united nation, Mr. Speaker, not based on tribes or families. Whether you want to call yourselves cousins or wherever, Madam Speaker, is we must look at the bigger picture. At the end of today, when you go back to Taita Taveta, Senator Eddie, I want to challenge you, although you are mourning, and we continue to empathize with your people, that as you go back to Migori, you should report back and say, when I was in Senate, when Lamu, when Nyamira, when Taita Taveta, when Wajia, when Embu, when Elgeyo Marakwet, when Isiolo, where our sister serves with distinction, and I want to call out my friend, the governor, in future, not to make derogatory remarks against women leadership. I would have expected even women from this house to protest. She did. Yeah, in fact, Senator Dulo should be listening to this. I think she is busy because of issues of insecurity, Madam Speaker. We cannot allow governors to make derogatory remarks against a esteemed ranking member of the Senate, and we demand apology. And you know, Senator, the governor of Isiolo, Madam Speaker, is a good friend of mine. I have also expressed his displeasure. And he confirmed to me that he has withdrawn, but I want a formal apology. He has not withdrawn.
Senator Cherarige, would you wish to be informed by Senator Omugeni?
Yeah, today I am free to be informed by Senator because he's doing a good job.
Okay. Senator Omugeni, you can proceed.
I wanted to inform Senator Fonandi, who is doing very well this afternoon, that he should inform the governor of Isiolo that through this formula, the good lady, our ranking senator, is actually going toward Isiolo another 400 million through the effort of Senator Dulo. So what the governor should be doing is actually to appreciate and acknowledge the good work of Senator Fatuma Dulo, not to all abuses at our senator here, chair of security.
Thank you, Senator Omugeni. Senator Cherarige, you can proceed. Give him the mic.
Madam Speaker, it is the most proud moment because even the Speaker of the session, where the Senator of Isiolo is adding 400 million plus, we are proud of women leadership in this country, Madam Speaker, including you. And I want to request and demand as Governor of Isiolo to withdraw and instead appreciate the distinguished senator who is a ranking member, a 3-term senator. Do you think to be re-elected in this country is easy, Madam Speaker? You are our SG in UDA, you see people crying. People taking diabetic and pressure pills to calm down. But this is a distinguished senator who is serving a third term. We must respect women leadership in this country, Madam Speaker. And I hope by the close of this business, after the distinguished work of the Senator Dulo, Madam Speaker, the governor must apologize and appreciate that we are adding over 405.6 million to Isiolo, among other counties, and we are giving 4.46 billion to 11 counties, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the future of this country is in devolution. This amendment will bring justice. Madam Speaker, I want to request members of the Senate, especially head of delegations, including my brother, the minority leader, including Kamau Murango, the distinguished senator of Kirinyaga, who is the next governor of Kirinyaga, including the governor, incoming governor of Kitui, Governor Bishop Enoch Wambua. Madam Speaker, the formula we passed today, including Senator Chute, who I see is restless today, including Senator Kisang, the formula we will pass will run for 5 years. We must think through it. We must think through it. Let us not rush. In the last session, Madam Speaker, we stayed almost 6 months to agree to pass a win-win. At that time, there were senators for Kenya, Senator Matsayo and Senator Wambua were Kenyans, me and Senator Nderito, and I am told the financier and the engine of that moment was Governor Mandela, the distinguished senator. Captain Ali Roba was the leading one, the onslaught. Me and Senator Kinywa, Madam Speaker, were 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. But today we are saying let the entire country win. Let us win as a country. Let us win as a country.
Senator Cherarigei, hold on a minute. There is a point of order by Senator Ali Roba. What's your point of order, Senator
Madam
Ali
Speaker,
Roba?
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Senator Cherarigei has referred to me as financial that time. I would like him to substantiate as to the truthfulness of the statement he has made in terms of that, because it might send a bad signal out there. I wasn't in this chamber last Senate, Madam Speaker.
Senator Cherarigei, you have alluded to an allegation that he was a financier. We do not know what he was financing. Please clarify.
Madam Speaker.
Proceed. You can substantiate.
Madam Speaker, I didn't say he was the one financing the formula. He was not the one financing. I was saying he was the beneficiary of a win-win that we did that time, because Mandela was losing.
So it was just a question of grammar.
I think grammatical errors. Okay. I meant the beneficiary, not the financier.
So let's proceed.
Madam Speaker,
admitted that.
Madam Speaker, as I conclude so that I can sit ground, I support this amendment with all my body organs. Madam Speaker, I am very sure as a leader, I want to see equitable development across the country. Some of us in future will aspire for higher seats in this country. I want one day when I'm in Nyamira, Senator Okongo Mugeni will tell me, because of the decision that you voted, this is what we have done. When I'll visit Kirinyaga, I don't know whether they will accept me, because I don't know whether I'm their cousin or not. They will appreciate and tell me, you are our cousin. This is the money you voted for. This is what we have done. I want, when I visit my neighbors, Elgeyo Marakwet, Senator Kisang, Senator Taita, my Vice Chair of County Public Accounts, Senator Mwaruma Mwalimu, will tell me, now I'm the governor of Taita Taveta, and this is what we have done. I want, when I visit Wajir, I visit Senator Dulo. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment with all my faculties, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Before we proceed to the next senator to debate this motion, I want to give communication from the chair on visiting teachers and students from Seven Forks School in Embu County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Seven Forks Schools in Embu County. The delegation comprises 177 students and 9 teachers who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Mudigi from the great county of Embu.
Asante Bi Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kukaribisha shule ya Seven Forks Primary School katika Mbeere South, Embu County, na pia katika county 47 wakati ile county inajulikana sana. Yangu ni machache ni kuambia watoto wa Seven Forks, karibuni sana muweze kuangalia yale tunatenda hapa. Wakati mmekuja mmekaa dakika nyingi, muweze kuona yale mambo tunatenda hapa, mambo ya kuangalia mambo ya vile mambo ya security na vile tunaongea ndio county zetu iweze kupata pesa. Bi Speaker, yangu ni kuambia watoto na kusema Senate, ile pesa tunasema hapa ukienda kama Seven Forks, ile shule imejengwa na Kengen, na unakuta pia iko na bahati, lakini shule siko area hiyo iko na shinda. Na ndio mara mingi Bi Speaker tumekuwa tukisema walimu wale wanaweza kusomesa ile area kwa sababu ni area haina maji, haina hospitali, haina chochote. Tumekuwa tukisema mambo ya handship isiweze kuondolewa, na pia pesa kama sile tunasema kama ile mbili ya homogeny senator ambaye tunasema county zote siweze kuongezewa pesa, ndio county ya Embu iweze kupata pesa kama sile, ndio kama kule kama ni parapara, kama ni hospitali, kama ni mambo mengi ya agriculture iweze kuendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo naweza kusema watoto wa Seven Forks hapa mkiweza kukaa vizuri na musikise mambo ya walimu, muweze kujiepusha na mambo ya dawa ya kulevya, mambo ya pombe. Wakati mwingine miaka itakayokuja ninyi mtakuwa maseneta, ninyi mtakuwa speaker, ninyi mtakuwa wenye wabunge na mtakuwa kila kitu. Kwa hiyo Bi Speaker, na wakaribisha na ni asante, mkirudi nyumbani Embu County muende na salamu, na pia mbarikiwe, muende safari njema. Asante Bi Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mudigi. Senator Okech Edi Gishero, Migori County.
Madam Speaker, I know today has been a very emotional day because as a young person, it is very hurtful to see a fellow young man succumb to not disease nor any condition of physical harm, but dying in the hands of the police. And Madam Speaker, before I just contribute here, I wanted to thank Mr. Speaker so much for the kindness he had extended and the urgency he has put on the matter of the death of Albert OJWANG by making sure that the CS as well as the officers who are charged with our security can be in this house tomorrow. And I wanted to urge all my colleagues, senators, that this is the time that the nation needs you most. This is the time that tomorrow we should not have a quorum hitch or even delay of debate and engagement, that the House tomorrow, all senators should come on time so that you can be able to interrogate the matter of Albert OJWANG at 9 a.m. We'll be here so that by 9:30 when the House rises, then we can be able to deal with that issue. And I want to thank all the senators for taking this issue seriously and the comments that you've made, and as well as I do extend my heartfelt condolences and my sympathies to the family of Albert OJWANG. I know I'll try and control my emotions so that I can be able to contribute on this equally important matter, the matter of the formula for which we push forward to be able to share resources among counties. Madam Speaker, I am a member of Finance and Budget Committee, and I was part of the team, therefore, that tried to think about what would be the best fourth basis formula for us to be able to share the resources that we have for counties horizontally. And Madam Speaker, while there were a number of suggestions by the CRA on the matter of sharing revenue, we felt very strongly that it's important that we have one parameter. And that parameter, Madam Speaker, is that there is no county that should lose in this avenue of sharing resources after what we have gotten from the national coffers, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, when we created the formula, everything we considered was to make sure that that principle abides. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we suggested that we come up with a baseline that will always ensure that when resources are shared in this country, or when the basis for sharing resources is considered, then no county ever loses what they have gotten. And there is a reason behind this, Madam Speaker. The reason is very simple. Counties get to commit to different projects, get to commit to different non-discretionary and discretionary budgetary requirements. Therefore, if you put any formula that makes any county lose a shilling, you inconvenience that county. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the issue of inflation will always catch up with counties, Madam Speaker. For instance, if you think about the wage drift, there is a big consideration that adjusts itself by 5% in our payroll systems every year automatically. If you deny a county a shilling from what they got in the previous allocation, then you end up being injurious to their planning purposes. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the idea of the baseline of 387 is in and itself a very important one. And Madam Speaker, I therefore will dissuade any amendment that augments that baseline, that brings it to zero or any other thing. But now, Madam Speaker, when we came to this House, the issue was raised about the smaller counties who are going to gain from the previous CRA formula. And Madam Speaker, the rationale behind these small counties not getting what I would call adequate resources to make them run is because, Madam Speaker, these 11 counties in particular have faced a serious challenge of viability. Madam Speaker, if you look at the spirit of the Constitution, when the counties were being created under Article 6 of the Constitution and subsequent articles that divide resources in our country, Madam Speaker, the principle of the Constitution is that the counties must be viable. What are the viability options for the counties, Madam Speaker? The viability of counties, Madam Speaker, number one, is that they be able to run a government. Counties are government. And those governments must be run on the basis of non-discretionary expenses. Those non-discretionary expenses, Madam Speaker, must go and be able to run staff, must go and be able to run recurrent expenditure. And then, Madam Speaker, the viability of counties does not stop at running non-discretionary expenses. A county is only viable, Madam Speaker, if after employing people, the county can, one, provide services to its constituents, and two, can be able to have some sort of development to its constituents, Madam Speaker. What we have seen in the county of Isiolo, what we have seen in the county of Vihiga, what we have seen in the county of Samburu, what we have seen in the county of Tarakaniti, what we have seen in the county of Laikipia, what we have seen in the county of Nyamira, what we have seen in the county of Taita Taveta, what we have seen in the county of Lamu, what we have seen in the county of Elgeyo Marakwet, what we have seen in the county of Kirinyaga, and lastly, what we have seen in the county of Embu, is that they can only run their non-discretionary expenses, recurrent expenses. So they are sent money to these counties, and the money, in whichever formula that is shared, is so small that they can only be able to finance salaries, Madam Speaker, and run vehicles, and run utility bills. Madam Speaker, that is not the viability of counties as was intended by the Constitution. Because then the people in those counties, Madam Speaker, end up never seeing any development. So by virtue of not giving them enough and adequate resources to be able to run services and to be able to run development budgets, Madam Speaker, we end up only giving money to individuals in those counties who, if they misappropriate the non-discretionary expenses, Madam Speaker, then we are only really creating 11 billionaires every 5 years in those counties in the form of governors. So this is a rot in the, the redistricting, or rather the formula that was used to draw the counties, Madam Speaker, by using the 1992 districts, and that rot cannot be corrected by simple element of delineation. It can be corrected by finding a formula that can be able to enable those counties get monies to run budgets for development and run budgets for services. And therefore, that is why when we got here as a finance and budget committee and listened to senators, the senators did propose that in lieu of that problem, let us seclude about 2 billion to make sure that we give these counties, and if possible, pass a law to ring-fence that money to go to development of those counties. Now, Madam Speaker, the reason for this amendment by Senator Mogeni from Nyamira is that that which is being ring-fenced of 2 billion, which every county will get an average of about 181 million, is not adequate enough to cushion development. It's not adequate enough to cushion service delivery. Now, we understand that. However, the proposal of 4.46 billion, Madam Speaker, I think might be edging it too far. Reason being, there is no scientific formula that guarantees all the county governments which part of the money they receive they put for development. So while I agree with the principle that we need to add just a little bit more money above the 2 billion, I think that 4.42 might be prohibitive to a conversation with other delegations from other counties. So for us to be magnanimous with these counties, I want a way forward. And I want to plead with the senators. First of all, the 11 senators who have brought this amendment through Senator Mogeni, and then the other colleagues from other bigger counties. Why can't we make it 3 billion? I think 3 billion can be a compromise that allows for proper ring-fencing money for development for these counties, but also that is not prohibitive enough to make us not pass this for this formula this week. Because, Madam Speaker, there is urgency in passing this formula this week. And I'll tell you why. While we are fighting for 387 billion, there's a bigger conversation about costing of county functions, Madam Speaker. And we have never sat as a Senate so that we use the instrument of costing county functions as a conversation between us and the national government. So we need to pass this formula by urgency this week, and then we retreat, prepare, come back to fight with the national government on how much must counties get. The issue of DORA is the next conversation that we must now invite all of us. And when we're going to that table of fighting for that money, Madam Speaker, we must go all of us. We must not have some senators from the 11 counties crying this other side, while the senators from the 36 counties also crying on this other side. We must move together. So I think that togetherness, let us all agree that, yes, the 2 billion is small, but 4.46 might also be on the higher side. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues. Let us make it 3 billion. And let us not debate it further. Let us sit down, get the 3 billion to these smaller counties, give them the power to be able to run development, reinvest that money for development, and then now, we start talking about the 465 billion. That's the bigger cake. Even if we give these counties 3 billion, Madam Speaker, it will barely be enough for development in Lamu. I have passed through the places like Nyamira, Madam Speaker, when I went to visit my brother, there's Senator Mogeni. Things like water are still a dream to people in those areas. If you're not close to any stream of water, Madam Speaker, then women still wake up very early in the morning in Nyamira. Wake up very early in the morning in Vihiga. I visited Senator Sotsi, Madam Speaker. Wake very early in the morning in the counties of Samburu, Madam Speaker, to go and fetch water. This money won't be enough for them. Even if you were to give them 4.46 billion, Madam Speaker, that won't be enough to solve the problems in Nyamira. It won't be enough to solve the problem in Elgeyo Marakwet. It won't be enough to solve the problems in Embu, Madam Speaker. We were sent here to fight for counties to get resources adequate enough to make the devolved functions work. They cannot work at 405 billion, Madam Speaker. They can only work if we fight to make sure that counties get 465 billion, Madam Speaker. It can't be that yesterday I saw the Minister for Finance, the CS for Finance, talking very proudly about allocation of billions of money to the national government to deal with healthcare, to deal with primary healthcare, to deal with issues of water, and giving the ministry over 100 billion. Yet these counties are left here, Madam Speaker, to fight over 47 billion to deal with a devolved health function. This we cannot accept, Madam Speaker. It cannot be that the Ministry of Water, Madam Speaker, is given more money than counties combined when the entire provision of water, if you look at what we call WSPs, water service providers, Madam Speaker, they are rolling in loans, Madam Speaker, without any effort by the national government to save them. Assets have not been transferred to these water service providers, Madam Speaker. They don't even have proper asset registers, because, Madam Speaker, the national government has not agreed, has not accepted to transfer those assets to them, Madam Speaker. The moment we allow that every year we are going to be given a budget in this house that keeps on funding devolved functions and funding them to the ministerial department and agencies, Madam Speaker, we are doing a disservice to all these devolved functions, Madam Speaker. If the National Assembly, if the National Treasury want to have a conversation with the Senate that is genuine about making sure that there is service to the people, that conversation must stop at what is the real cost of running functions in this county, Madam Speaker. What is the cost of running policy functions when it comes to healthcare, and the cost of running referral hospitals when it comes to healthcare, which are the only two functions given to national government, vis-a-vis running public health issues, running our hospitals, running primary health care, Madam Speaker, running SHA. All these things must go to counties. So I want to urge you, Madam Speaker, as I support this amendment, let us quickly move to agree on a position which I have proposed to be 3 billion. Let us support our brothers from smaller counties and then go and fight for more resources. And those resources, Madam Speaker, we must fight for them starting next week. Therefore, let's pass this formula this week, and let's face the national government on the issue of 465 billion that must go to counties, Madam Speaker. And when we finish that fight, Madam Speaker, the next fight is going to be fighting with governors on accountability and corruption. We can't fight for 465 billion to go to counties and then governors go and waste it by having fleet of vehicles around, by building themselves into billionaires, so that every single 5 years we are creating 47 billionaires in these counties in the name of governors. It must stop. So yes, we are going to fight for our people to get money, 465 billion, but when we finish, we are coming for governors. They must stop the scourge of corruption in the money we are sending to our people in the grassroots. And that fight will come next week. And therefore I support Senator Mogeni with that adjustment, that if it so suits the 11 senators, let us stop it at 3 billion, let us move forward together, and let's start the fight for DORA next week. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I support.
Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Kuanzia mwanzo Bispika, nataka kuunga mkono mswada wa marekebisho ambao umeletwa na Senator Okongo Omugeni. Bispika, ni wazi na ni dhahiri shahiri ya kwamba fedha zinapaswa kufuata majukumu. Majukumu mengi yamepelekwa katika gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Lakini Bwana Spika, gatuzi yoyote ambayo inapata chini ya shilingi Bispika, gatuzi yoyote ambayo inapata chini ya shilingi bilioni 6 inakuwa ni vigumu sana Bispika kufanya jambo lolote. Si kutengeneza barabara, si kuweka dawa katika hospitali ama kutengeneza shule za chekechea. Lakini Bispika, mswada huu ambao umeletwa, marekebisho ya mswada huu ambao umeletwa na Okongo Omugeni. Kwanza kabisa nataka kushukuru mwenyekiti wa kamati ya fedha ambaye ni Senator Roba kwa nia njema waliokuwa nayo walipokuwa wakishabikia mswada huu na kusema ya kwamba kaunti zitaongezwa, kaunti zilizo ndogo na ambao ushuru wake ni mdogo zinapaswa kupata shilingi kuongezewa bilioni 2. Bispika, mswada ambao umeletwa siku ya leo unasema ya kwamba tuongezewe kaunti ambazo ni ndogo, hizi 11 ziongezewe bilioni 4 Bispika. Bispika, tukifanya kazi tukiwa wote kama vile tulivyofanya wakati wa seneti iliyopita, tuliweza kuongeza takriban bilioni 50 kwa mpigo Bispika. Kwa hivyo hata wakati huu sina shaka pangu rohoni, tukifanya kazi tukiwa pamoja tunaweza tukaongeza hela hizi ambazo zinakuja katika gatuzi zetu. Bispika, sisi kama seneti tulisema tungetaka bilioni 465. Lakini bunge la kitaifa Bwana Spika, kwa ujuzi wake ama kwa ukosefu wa ujuzi, wakasema ya kwamba pesa ambazo tunapaswa kupata ni bilioni 405. Bispika, hawaelewi majukumu ambazo ziko katika gatuzi zetu. Bispika, mambo ya barabara. Bispika, kaunti nyingi unapata mambo ya maji zimepelekwa katika gatuzi zetu. Afya imepelekwa katika gatuzi zetu. Mimi nilidhania wanapaswa kukubaliana na sisi kwa sababu sisi ndio tunajua mambo ya gatuzi zaidi. Lakini Bispika, hata nikiendelea kuongea hivi, nataka kukubaliana na hizi hela ambazo zimependekezwa na mswada huu wa Okongo Omugeni, fedha za kudhibitisha county. Bispika, tukubaliane na vile ambavyo seneta ambaye ni wa Migori Eddie Okech, nimeangalia nikaona walikuwa na nia njema na wakasema bilioni 2. Lakini bilioni 2 ni kidogo zaidi Bispika, na majukumu ni mengi. Kwa hivyo nataka kukubaliana na Senator Eddie vile ambavyo yeye anasema ya kwamba angalau tuongeze kwa bilioni 1, tuseme hizi county ambazo ni county ambazo zinasemekana ni ndogo ziongezewe shilingi bilioni 3 ndio tuweze kuwa na mapatano Bispika. Na tukifanya hivyo itakuwa ni jambo ambalo litasaidia gatuzi zetu kwa mambo ya ukulima, kwa mambo ya afya, kwa mambo ya barabara na masomo, hasa kwa shule za chekechea. Bispika, Laikipia ikiwa na shida kwa sababu iko katika Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa ukosefu wa pesa, utapata vile vile kaunti ya Nyamira itakuwa na shida, kaunti ya Homa Bay itakuwa na shida, kaunti ya Taita Taveta itakuwa na shida, kwa sababu sisi tumeunganika na sisi ni kitu kimoja. Kwa hivyo ninapoongea hapa ni vizuri Bispika, hii nia njema tutembee tukiwa pamoja na tukubaliane ndiposa tuweze kupata hizi hela. Lakini tusikomee hapa Bispika kwa kusema ya kwamba baada ya sisi kupata hizi hela zikifika katika gatuzi zetu unapata ya kwamba Bispika hizi pesa zinaenda zinafujwa, unapata kuna ufisadi, unapata kaunti kama ya Nyamira Bispika kuna vyumba viwili vya kufanya majadiliano katika gatuzi ya Nyamira. Kuna wengine wanafanya katika sebule na kuna ile ambayo imeketi katika mahali panapofaa. Hiyo ni ufujaji wa hela, Speaker. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni vigumu kwa seneta wa Nyamira Okongo Omogeni kukaa hapa na kutetea hela ziweze kuongezeka Nyamira, lakini zikifika Nyamira tayari zimefujwa, kwa sababu inawezaje kuwa na mabunge mawili katika kaunti ya Nyamira na ilhali katiba imesema vizuri ya kwamba kutakuwa na bunge moja Nyamira. Kwa hivyo haya mambo ni mpaka yaangaliwe na msihi Okongo Omogeni, kwa sababu ameleta mswada huu akiwa na nia njema ya kusaidia Nyamira, lakini hela zikifika Nyamira zinatumiwa vibaya. Kwa hivyo Okongo Omogeni, baada ya sisi kupitisha mswada huu, sisi tutalivalia njuga mambo ya ufisadi, mambo ya ufujaji wa hela ambazo ni za umma. Speaker, vile vile tukisema kwamba hela zifuate majukumu, ukiangalia kama afya, Speaker, hela nyingi zaidi ya 70% zinabaki katika serikali ya kitaifa. Na ukiangalia katika serikali ya kitaifa, mambo ambayo wanashughulikia sana ni policy, na vile vile hospitali za kitaifa ni chache, ni 5. Mfano, kuna Mathare Mental Hospital, kuna Moi Teaching and Referral, kuna Spinal Injury, kuna Kenyatta. Hizo tu ndio hospitali ambazo zimebaki katika serikali ya kitaifa. Kwa hivyo tukisema ya kwamba majukumu yafuatwe na hela, tunamaanisha yale majukumu tayari yamepelekwa katika gatuzi zetu. Speaker, kwa hivyo kwangu mimi, ikiwa tunaweza kukubaliana na tukubaliane halahala ndio kaunti zetu, kwa sababu wakati huu hela haziendi katika kaunti zetu. Tukikubaliana tutaweza kupeleka hela katika gatuzi zetu, kwa sababu Mswahili anasema ngoja ngoja huumiza matumbo. Speaker, sasa tukiangalia, ningeomba kamati ambayo inaongozwa na mwenyekiti wa fedha Roba, ningependa kumsihi, lakini hela hizi ambazo tunagawana zikipita kiwango cha shilingi bilioni 415, tuweze kuongeza hela ambazo zinaenda katika hizi gatuzi ambazo zinasemekana ni ndogo, tuweze kupewa bilioni 4.6, Speaker. Kwa hivyo ninasema nini? Ninasema ya kwamba wale seneta watakaoenda katika kutuwakilisha katika ile kamati ya kuleta uwiano, tupeleke maseneta ambao wataweza kukaa ngumu, na ningeomba seneta wa Mandera Roba, kwa sababu yeye amekuwa akishabikia hayo mambo na ana uwezo, ujuzi na amebombea, awe mmoja pale ndio aweze kuenda kuweza kupeleka ujuzi pale, na aweze kuwaambia kinaga ubaga kisa na maana ya sisi katika seneti kutaka hela nyingi, kwa sababu kaunti zote za Jamhuri ya Kenya, Speaker, zinahitaji hela, na hasa hizi kaunti ambazo ni ndogo kama Laikipia, kama Nyamira, kama Elgeyo Marakwet, kama Taita Taveta, kama Kirinyaga, kama Embu. Hizi kaunti, Speaker, zinahitaji majukumu, kwa sababu zinahitaji hela ndio ziweze kujikimu na majukumu waliopewa waweze kuyafanya, Speaker. Kwa hivyo, Speaker, siku ya leo mimi nataka kuunga mkono mswada huu. Speaker, nimeketi nikasikia kwamba ati kuna kaunti ambazo zinaokota ushuru mwingi, kwa hivyo hapati kupewa hela. Mfano Laikipia, kwa sababu sisi tunaokota ushuru mwingi, hatupaswi kupewa hela zaidi. Bwana Speaker, huwezi ukamkata mtu mkono kwa kazi aliyoifanya nzuri. Sisi tunafanya kazi nzuri ya kuweza kuokota ushuru mwingi. Kwa hivyo katika asilimia fulani inapaswa iongezwe kwa wale ambao majukumu yao kama ni kuokota ushuru, tunafanya hivyo kwa ustadi, Speaker. Lakini si kutukemea na kutukejeli kwa sababu sisi tumeweza kuokota ushuru mwingi, alafu ukifika katika seneti unapata katika seneti hii ndio inatumia nguvu zake. Kwa hivyo nakurai mwenyekiti wa kamati, mkirudi katika kamati kuangaliwe asilimia iongezwe kwa wale ambao wanafanya kazi kwa ustadi, lakini si kuzawadi umaskini kusema ya kwamba wale ni maskini na wamekuwa katika gatuzi hizi, ati wale asilimia yao kubwa ni umaskini, ati wapewe hela nyingi kwa sababu wale ni maskini, ilhali wamekuwa katika gatuzi kwa miaka hiyo zaidi ya 12. Kwa hivyo Speaker, tunapaswa kuwa tuwatunze, kuwapa heko wale wanaofanya kazi ambayo wanapaswa kufanya. Speaker, nikimalizia nasema nataka kuunga mkono. Speaker,
Order, Senator Halwale. Your conversation is so loud.
Speaker, ni wazi tunapofanya hii kazi, hawa magavana wakiitwa katika seneti ndio waweze kuulizwa maswali, na haulizwi maswali kuhusu mashamba yao, haulizwi maswali kuhusu boma zao, wanaulizwa maswali kuhusu hela ambazo sisi wenyewe kama seneti tulijadili, tukatetea ndio waweze kuongezewa na kupelekewa katika kaunti zao. Wakiitwa wanapaswa kuja na waweze kujibu maswali, na hiyo ndio jukumu yetu kikatiba, kuuliza maswali tuweze kujibiwa, ndio tuweze kuwa sisi ndio macho ya wananchi waliotuchagua katika gatuzi zetu. Maseneta wengine wakiitwa wanaona, magavana wengine wakiitwa wanaona wao ni kama miungu wa gatuzi walizotoka. Wanapaswa kuwajibika, Speaker, na kujibu maswali yale ambao wameulizwa katika seneti hii. Speaker, itakuwa ni kinaya kwetu sisi kuja hapa kuteta na kusema pesa inapaswa kuongeza, lakini baada ya wao kupata zile hela inakuwa sasa hawezi kuja, wakiitwa ndio waweze kuwajibika katika seneti hii. Kwa hivyo Speaker, siku ya leo, kwa sababu hili ndilo jukumu kwetu kubwa sana kama seneti, kulinda na kutetea gatuzi zetu. Lakini ikiwa kazi yetu itakuwa tu ni kutetea gatuzi zetu, lakini baada ya wao kupata zile hela, basi inakuwa ni vigumu tena sana wao kuja hapa kwetu. Lakini Speaker, nataka kusema ya kwamba kwa sababu nia imeonekana njema, hii nia njema ni ya kwamba na nataka kupongeza mwenyekiti na kamati yake. Wamesema ya kwamba hawataki kaunti yoyote ibaki nyuma. Sisi sote tunapaswa kutembea pamoja. Na kwa sababu ya huo upendo na hiyo nia njema, tunawapongeza. Na sasa marekebisho yaliyoletwa na Senator Okongo Omugeni, ninaomba kamati, naomba bunge hili, naomba na wasihi, tafadhali tupigie kura hayo marekebisho, ndio hizi kaunti ambazo zinapata hela chache ziweze kupata hela ambazo zinaweza kukimu zile kaunti. Lakini nimwambie Senator wa Embu, nimwambie Senator wa Kirinyaga, nimwambie Senator wa Elgeyo Marakwet, nimwambie Senator wa Tana River, na nimwambie Senator wa Nyamira, hizi hela tunazozitetea hapa zikiongezwa, magavana ambao hizo kaunti hela zinaenda wanapaswa kuwajibika. Hizo hela hazitumiwe kiholela. Hizo hela zitumiwe kwa kazi ambayo inafaa, kazi ya kuimarisha maisha ya wananchi wa gatuzi hizo. Hizo pesa hatuwapatii ndio waweze kujitajirisha wenyewe, ama pesa yao ya mfuko ndio mtu anatembea katika ile gatuzi. Mfano Laikipia, governor wa Laikipia anatembea Rumuruti, anatembea Ormoran, anatembea Doldor, huku akipeana pesa kiholela. Hizi pesa ni za maendeleo, hizi pesa ni za kuimarisha uchumi, hizi hela ni za kuimarisha uchumi katika gatuzi ambako hizo kaunti tunazipeleka hizo pesa. Hatutakubali Okongo Omugeni senior council, hatutakubali Eddie Okech, kwa sababu mimi nikubaliana na vile ulivyosema, vile ambavyo nimesema bilioni 3. Lakini hizi hela zikitumiwa vibaya, tutakataa leo, tutakataa kesho, mtondogo na hata milele. Kwa hivyo nikimalizia, Speaker, niseme naunga mkono marekebisho yaliyoletwa na Senator Okongo Omugeni, na vile vile yale mambo ambayo Senator Eddie, kwa sababu yeye ni mwanakamati wa fedha, ule mwelekeo na ujuzi. Mimi sikudhania Eddie ana ule ujuzi wa hela vile alivyoelekeza hayo maneno hapa. Mimi nataka kusema ule ujuzi ambao amesema hapa, sijui kama Okongo Omogeni alimsikia, kwa sababu amesema badala ya bilioni 4 na si 2, akasema akaja akasimama katikati. Nikaona werendi alionao. Na kwanza pole kwa sababu kumpoteza yule kijana barubaru ambaye ameuawa na hawa wakora ambao wanasema ni maafisa wa polisi, lakini wao ni wakora ambao wamemuua kijana huyo. Nasema pole, na tutasimama wima kutetea haki katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Lakini tena nirudie, kwa sababu hapa ndipo nina uchungu. Hela hizi tunazopeleka katika gatuzi zetu, Speaker, hizi hela tutazilinda kwa hali na mali, kwa uhai wetu na damu yetu. Kwa sababu ni uchungu, Speaker, tunakaa hapa tunaongea kuhusu hela, hatimaye hizi hela zikienda katika gatuzi zetu zinaingia kwa mifuko ya watu. Okongo Omogeni, ningekuomba Okongo Omogeni, yes, I want to be informed.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, the good Lord saint of Laikipia has spoken very passionately and repeatedly. When somebody repeats something, it means that it is important to him. He has spoken and repeated the issue around wastage of resources in the counties. I wanted to inform him that in the committees that we sit in, the watchdog committee, I don't know whether he sits in one, we always have our partners come to those committees, and one of those partners is EACC. And the EACC should be in the forefront of fighting for mismanagement for our resources in the counties. And he should speak very strongly to the EACC, because we have never seen EACC rolling any head of governors, and we have seen Senate that does a very good job.
What is the point of information?
That in our
that
committees,
he should use EACC?
Yes, and,
okay.
And they're in our committees as partners whenever we are doing watchdog committees.
Okay.
Asante. Hayo ni maarifa mazuri. Nilisema tena, hayo ni maarifa mazuri ameniarifu kuhusu taasisi hii ambayo inapaswa kuchangamkia mambo ya ufisadi. Kwa sababu ufisadi, Speaker, ndio kiegezo kikubwa ambacho kinafanya mambo yasitendeke. Na kwa sababu si yuko katika kamati yoyote ambayo umetaja, na kuna hii taasisi ambayo inapaswa kushughulikia hayo mambo, na sema ya kwamba hii taasisi inapaswa, Speaker, kuwajibika kabisa, ndio Kenya iende mbele. Na Kenya itaenda mbele namna gani? Ikiwa gatuzi zetu zitasonga mbele. Speaker, nikimalizia naunga mkono na haya marekebisho. Nilitaka Okongo Omogeni nimweleze, angesema ya kwamba hizi hela zimeongezwa ziweze kusemekana ni za kazi gani, ni za kutengeneza barabara, za kutengeneza zahanati, ndio zisiende tu kiholela, zikifika katika gatuzi zikuwe hazina kazi. Ni tuziweke ziwe na sababu fulani zinaenda, ziwe ni kutengeneza mabawa ya maji, ni za kutengeneza shule za chekechea, ama ni za kutengeneza barabara. Na kiwa ni barabara kiasi gani, na barabara ni aina gani, ndio tuweze kujua. Speaker, naunga mkono na nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Mwaruma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to support the amendment by Senator Okongo Omogeni, Senator Nyamira, on the revenue or fourth basis of sharing revenue. Madam Speaker, I must say that we've come from very far. Previously, Madam Speaker, in the 80s, we had a one-party state, and we had resources being shared centrally. In 1965, Madam Speaker, there was the sessional paper number 1 that stated that we have gotten independence. How do we share our resources to ensure that we get development and fast, speedy economic growth? Madam Speaker, according to sessional paper number 1, resources were sent to areas with high potential, Madam Speaker, areas with rainfall and fertile soils. There were areas, Madam Speaker, that were left behind in terms of development, and these areas mainly were in the lower eastern coastal region and the northern frontier district, Madam Speaker, the northeastern region. In 2003, Madam Speaker, we saw the passage of national government CDF, where we saw some semblance of redistribution of resources through the CDF, where we had money going to constituencies, although largely, Madam Speaker, the members of National Assembly have misused that fund, and they have become like implementers, and thanks to the courts of law, which have pronounced themselves that this money really should not be used or applied by the members of National Assembly, because then they are not implementers of projects and programs, Madam Speaker, and that is only the executive that is supposed to implement projects. Madam Speaker, the clamor for a new constitution started after the repeal of Section 2A in 1992, and in 2005, Madam Speaker, there was an attempt to change the constitution, but why that constitution did not go through was because there was no devolution. And some of us who are coming from the coastal region of Kenya, we wanted, in fact, majimbo or regionalism. But the people who are making the constitution felt that would be balkanizing our country into 8 former provinces. And so that constitution did not see the light of the day. And we saw the advent of movements like the Orange Democratic Movement. And in 2010, Madam Speaker, we gave ourselves a new constitution that saw, to a great extent, redistribution of resources, Madam Speaker, where we had money coming from the center, that is Nairobi, to the counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must say that the counties were too small and they are largely not viable. In 2020, Madam Speaker, some of us who felt that our counties are too small and unviable really supported the Building Bridges initiative, which one of the suggestions was that we reduce the counties to 14. That clause did not see the light of the day, and it was removed at the initial stages of BBI. And later on, we said, let's remain with the 47, but then let's increase the money to the counties to at least at 35%. The rest, Madam Speaker, is history, because then BBI itself did not go through because of the courts declared it being unconstitutional, Madam Speaker. The best thing, Madam Speaker, that we gave ourselves as Kenyans in the 2010 Constitution was devolution. Some of our counties are very small, Madam Speaker. In Taita Taveta, we have only 384 people, and the registered voters around 160,000, whereas such a number in the central, in some constituencies, central like Ruiru, Madam Speaker, they have over 200,000 voters per constituency. That in our county is just the whole county. So, Madam Speaker, to get resources, we are being asked, so how many votes are you bringing on the table so that we can give you development? And the votes really were really few. So, Madam Speaker, in the advent of devolution, we thought that we have a panacea to the problems that were existing in our county. But then, by and by, as we look at how devolution is working, we feel that the money that is going to the very small counties that have been identified as Taita Taveta, Isiolo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nyamira, Lamu, Laikipia, Vihiga, Kirinyaga, and Embu, that these counties are too small and unviable, and they get less than 6 billion, Madam Speaker. That money largely goes to paying salaries and doing operations, and very little money, Madam Speaker, is left to do development. Madam Speaker, we are now again discussing the fourth basis for sharing revenue, something that we did, Madam Speaker, in 2020, and I can assure you, Madam Speaker, then it was extremely divisive. As other speakers have said, it took months to pass that third basis for sharing revenue, Madam Speaker. In fact, it took the intervention of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. I remember then I went to State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga with the leadership of the Senate. I was representing Team Kenya because then we were in the mood of handshake then, and the Right Honorable implored upon the President then, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, to add some money to counties so that no county can lose money. I remember in 2020, in the new revenue sharing formula, Taita Taveta was going to lose 400 million. Some counties were going to gain. The highest gainer was Nandi, which was going to gain 1.4 billion. Because then, Madam Speaker, we were sharing the same cake as that we shared in 2019, 2020, 316.5 billion. Now, in 2020, 2021, we were called upon to share the same cake, but with a new basis, with a new formula. So definitely, if you're sharing the same cake with a new formula, some counties would lose and some counties would gain. So the counties that were losing were a total of 19 counties, and Taita Taveta was one of them. But as we were negotiating with others, I remember imploring upon the senator, the late senator for Machakos. His county was gaining, but we asked him, if you are coming from the lower eastern region and Makueni and Kitui is losing, why can't you support them? These are your cousins. Support them so that they don't lose money. And Senator Kabaka, may God rest his soul, internal peace, accepted to join the fray. We also spoke to Senator Malala of Kakamega because then his county was gaining, but then Vihiga was losing, and we requested him to join the fray because then the cousins were also losing. And I like also the magnanimity of Senator for Nairobi, then Senator Sakaja, and Senator Murkomen, who agreed that much as their counties were gaining money in the new basis for sharing revenue, but we are still one Senate of Kenya, whose sole role is to defend counties and their governments. And so they decided to support us. We started as 19 people, and at the end we were 27. But then in the wisdom of the Honorable Raila Odinga, he said, we would divide this Senate and we would divide this country across the middle. We'll balkanize it to people who deserve to have more money and some to have less money. So when he talked to the president then, the president agreed to add the shareable revenue or to agree to have the DORA pass the shareable revenue from 316 billion to counties to 370 billion, an increment of 53.5 billion, Madam Speaker. And I remember my county then was supposed to lose 400 million, but then it gained 600 million and it got a leap from 4.2 billion to 4.8 billion. That was quite a leap. Madam Speaker, an increment of Indora of 50 billion was the largest that I've ever seen in Kenya. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I want to thank the Committee of Finance and Budget, led by Honorable Roba, for ensuring that the new revenue sharing formula, or the fourth basis for sharing revenue, is not going to divide us. Because previously, we could not even sleep. We could have people making calls from State House and from all over Kenya, because then they wanted us to vote. I remember my governor calling me, telling me that, don't worry, you'll not lose money this year, you lose it next year, and told him, rubbish. How can you agree we lose 400 million, yet when you lose 400 million, we are losing it for 5 years. That is 2 billion. So there's nothing like that. But I'm happy that the Committee of Finance and Budget has agreed to hold counties harmless by making sure that we share 387.5 billion to all the counties using the third basis of sharing revenue, and then the additional amount which will be determined by DORA be shared using the new basis. Madam Speaker, even when we use the new basis to share revenue, Taita Taveta will only get a leap from 5.0 billion to 5.25 billion, which is quite some little money. Through negotiation, through discussions, through seducing the members of the finance
Order,
committee,
guys. Order. Let's listen.
they agreed to put 2 billion. That then would ensure that the small counties, the 11 counties in question, get at least some little money on top, and that, Madam Speaker, is taking Taita Taveta at 5.3 billion. Still, that is very little because our wage bill is at 56%, Madam Speaker. Even if we add that around 250 million, still would be much below what we require to do development. Development expenditure, Madam Speaker, what is in the budget for development for Taita Taveta is 1 billion. So even if you add the 300 million, it would just be 1.3 billion. Madam Speaker, we would want to push this money to go to 6 billion. That was our view. But even as we fight for 6 billion for the small counties, I'm agreeable to the discussants and the contributors who have contributed to this motion that if we add on top of the 2 billion, 2.6 billion to make it 4.6 billion, then Taita Taveta County will get 400 million on top, and that would take us to 5.7 billion, still a far cry from 6 billion, but it is much better. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank Senator Okongo Mogeni for bringing this motion over to amend so that we add 2.6 billion more, because at the counties there are so many things that we want to do as governments. For example, Madam Speaker, counties need to do budgets that are predictable. Right now, if we have some counties losing money, then, Madam Speaker, will not achieve the objectives of our budgets. Most counties have CBAs for doctors that are waiting for this basis to pass, for the new budget to pass, for the new DORA to pass, so that the CBAs can be honored, and so that we stop our medics from going on strike and tampering with service delivery in the counties, Madam Speaker. All the county workers, Madam Speaker, require a pay rise, given that our government has been adding taxes over one tax over another one. Right now they have SHA, they have NSSF that has been enhanced. They have, Madam Speaker, the new housing levy, which, Madam Speaker, largely is being used, I would say, unconstitutionally, because there was no public participation that the housing levy would be used to fix Nairobi River. There was no public participation that the housing levy would be used to build markets. There was no public participation to the effect that the housing levy would be used to build roads, as has been said by none other than the head of state, Madam Speaker. So these people require to have enhanced salaries, so that for those, because of the taxes, because of the new taxes, have had their salaries go to below a third, which is constitutional, and they are causing their employers pecuniary embarrassment, and they are infringing on the laws of employment, Madam Speaker. They require a salary increment. They'll only get a salary increment if, Madam Speaker, we get that paltry 4.6 billion for the small counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we get in DORA 387.7 billion, Madam Speaker, we're getting 5.066 billion. With the new basis and 4 or 5 billion, as has been passed by the National Assembly, we are getting 5.3 billion. But if we fight, Madam Speaker, to get 465 billion, then Taita Taveta County would go to 6.149 billion. So we must continue fighting, Madam Speaker, so that in DORA we pass 465 billion. That has been suggested by the Senate, Madam Speaker. I have said already that our wage bill is at 54% as Taita Taveta County, and 54% and 11% for the County Assembly. We are remaining with very slim resources to do development, Madam Speaker. Talking about OSR, which is one area that we can leverage on so that we can get some development. Our OSR has been hampered by the national government refusing to disburse royalties to Taita Taveta. There's a lot of money that has been collected in terms of royalties, Madam Speaker, but has not been disbursed to our county, and so our on-source revenue is still below par. Madam Speaker, we are also clamoring for a share of the Savo National Park. None other than the President had suggested or had decreed that we get 50-50 revenue sharing with KWS. But Madam Speaker, that is not forthcoming. We have followed it up through a motion in this Senate. I've followed it up through a statement in this Senate, Madam Speaker, but nobody seems to be helping us implement the executive edict by the President to ensure that we get 50-50 revenue sharing from KWS, Madam Speaker. So I would like to say that our counties are small. Corruption notwithstanding, even with the small money, we are not able to do much. And I would like to say this, that the members of National Assembly, and I don't know what's wrong with them, because the money coming or being devolved to the counties is going to people in their constituencies. Why are they so hell-bent in passing very little money to go to the counties? And after all, some of them even want to be governors. We have had many MPs who have become governors. The MP for Darakanidhi, the MP for Vihiga has been a member of parliament. Why is this problem? What is the problem? They pass very little money to go to the counties, and when they go to become governors again, they find very little money, they cannot do much. So, Madam Speaker, let us fight. Finally, let us fight to ensure that we get 465 billion as shareable revenue to our counties. And over and above, I implore fellow senators to ensure that we get the 2.6 billion, but as Senator Okech is suggesting, even if you are to give and take, some little amount would not be so averse to it. But Madam Speaker, I want to implore all the senators to support this amendment brought up by Senator Fonyamira, Senior Counsel Okongo Mogeni, so that our counties really can get development. Madam Speaker, I would like to submit and support that amendment. Thank you.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi. Na kwanza ningetaka kushukuru kamati ya fedha kiongozwa na mwenyekiti ambaye ni Ali Lomba, Senator Ali Lomba Mandera. Kwanza kwa sababu ya kuonyesha welendi na tajriba kuongoza ile kamati. Kwa sababu ule mfumo ambao aliotuletea umefanya kuwe na amani katika mbunge hili, na sana sana hata kama kuna mageuzi kidogo itafanyiwa. Amekuwa mwenyekiti ambao ameonyesha kwamba ni kiongozi na asiyejipenda. Kwa hivyo nataka nishukuru kwa hiyo. Pia mstahiki mwenyekiti, ningetaka pia na mstahiki Speaker, nadhani kabla ya kiongozi wa wengi na Senator Medho wakuja kulikuwa na amani kiasi katika bunge hili. Sasa unajua mtiririko wangu wa mawazo unapotea kwa sababu ya ngumzo inayoendelea. Hata Speaker amepotea. Okay. Asante sana mstahiki Speaker. Asante sana.
Apologies. Senator Majority Leader, naomba mumsikilize mwenzenu.
Asante sana mstahiki Speaker. Mstahiki Speaker, nilikuwa nimesema ya kwamba kazi iliyofanywa hapo mwanzo na mwenyekiti ya kamati ya fedha ilionyesha welendi, ilionyesha tajriba, kwa sababu ndio imekuwa chanzo ya mageuzi kidogo ambayo utafanya katika mswada huu. Na vizuri ni kwamba tulipokaa chini aliweza kutusikiliza wale tulikuwa na maoni kinzani tofauti kidogo. Na afadhali nikiwa na mawazo ya kujinyonga ukuje unisikize venye nasema kuliko kuhudhuria matanga yangu. ametufanya hivi kama wale ambao wanatoka katika zile kaunti ndogo ndogo, na katika hekima ya wakili Okongo Omogeni, senator wa Kisii, Nyamira, amekuja na mageuzi kambambe ambayo itahakikisha kwamba tunamalizana na mfumo mpya bila kuwa na taswishi ama kelele zozote, bila pia kubadilisha ule mfumo ambao kamati ya fedha iliongozwa na Senator Romba imeleta. Mstahiki Speaker, sababu kubwa ambayo tulikuwa tunaomba hii mageuzi ni kwamba zile vigezo ambazo zilitumika katika ugavi wa fedha mwaka huu, kwamba nyingi sana zilikuwa hizi kaunti ndogo ndogo zilikuwa hasingeweza kufaidika kwa kiwango kubwa sana. Kama vile ukubwa, kaunti ndogo si kubwa. Wingi wa watu, kaunti ndogo of course itakuwa haina watu wengi. Itakuwa na uzito wa watu katika sehemu fulani, lakini haitakuwa na watu wengi. Katika kiwango cha ufukara pia wengi kama Kirinyaga hatukuwepo. Kwa hivyo baada ya kusikizana tumeweza kujenga ukuruba na ushuhumba ya kwamba tunapokuja kutetea ama wakati bunge litakaoendelea kujadili mfumo hakutakuwa na shida yote kuupitisha. Mstahiki Speaker, hata kama nasema hivyo, kuna kitu ningetaka kumwambia gavana wangu, gavana Kirinyaga Anne Waiguru, kwamba saa hii tunapopigania huu mfumo mpya ili tuweze kupeleka pesa katika gatuzi zote za Kenya, na mojawapo ni gatuzi la Kirinyaga. Saa hii sisi sana sana tukuangi na shida yote. Sisi ni tingatinga. Juba la Sedeti linatumiwa na gavana kama tingatinga. Kazi yetu ni kubomoa mlima. Barabara inapopatikana tunawekwa juu ya roli tusiharibu barabara. Ndio ukienda sana utasikia hakuna siku ama uende katika gatuzi nyingi seneta kija pale na aseme anataka jambo fulani lifafanuliwe, unapata tunaanza kuwa maandui na gavana wetu. Ningetaka kuambia gavana, katika shamba la mpunga la Mwea, barabara toka wakati wa ukoloni na tukapata uhuru hazijawahi tengenezwa. Sasa hivi katika mfumo mpya ambao tumeujadili na kusikizana na kujenga ushumba na Juba la Seneti, ni kwamba Kirinyaga itakuja ipate zaidi ya milioni 300 juu. Ningemwomba kwamba fedha hizi zikifika katika eneo lile, na ningeomba Seneti tuweze kuzikuweka kwamba zile fedha zikienda zinafanya kazi gani. Kama ni Kirinyaga, pesa zikiongezewa ziweze kuangalia zile barabara za shamba la mpunga la Mwea ambao wakulima wamekuwa kiogelea kuliko kutembelea, kwa sababu yote kukinyesha inakuwa ziwa na zingine zinakaa maandaki ambayo inatumika na jeshi letu la Kenya. Kwa hivyo ningemwomba hizi pesa zinapokuja zaidi ya milioni 200, gavana, ziweke katika mfumo na kutengeneza miundo mbinu katika gatuzi la Kirinyaga. Tengeneza barabara za Mwea, pesa zimeongezewa. Mbeleni sababu ilikuwa ni kwamba huna pesa. Na unajua Mstahiki Speaker, mtu akikwambia kwamba mimi nimeshika chura kwa mkia nikamrusha, hiyo ni uongo. Sasa hakutakuwa na sababu ya kushika chura kwa mkia, kwamba pesa ikimfikia barabara zijengwe, hospitali ziwekwe dawa. Na ningeuliza pia wakilishi wandi sana sana kutoka eneo la Mwea, kwa sababu kuna muhunzi na mfyatua moto. Sisi ni waunzi, tushamtengenezea, na nyinyi mwende mfyatue moto wakati mnatengeneza bajeti. Pesa ambayo seneta kama mimi na wenzetu tumengangania zimekuja, muhakikishe kwamba zimefanya kazi vilivyo. Mstahiki Speaker, nitaendelea kidogo pia kuongea juu ya bunge la kitaifa. Kwa muda mrefu, na ndio maana tumekuwa hapa tukiongea kama Juba la Seneti tupewe mamlaka kamili ya kuangalia na kutathmini bajeti ya kitaifa. Unajua tunapoenda kwa bunge la kitaifa kuomba na kusema kwamba Seneti tumepitisha sheria ndora, tunataka bilioni 465. Tunapofika pale wanageuza wanasema tupatia bilioni 4.5. Na sababu kubwa utasikia wakisema ya kwamba eti kuna wizi wa fedha katika kaunti zetu, ambao ni kweli. Lakini pia katika mfumo mzima wa pesa ambao inaitwa CDF pia kuna wizi wa pesa. Lakini nyani unajua honi kundule. Lakini kamati ya maridhiano inaenda kukaa chini, lazima waende wajifunge kibwebwe na wajue ya kwamba wao wenyewe watakambiliana namna gani. Kwa sababu katika kongamano la kutafuta dawa ya malaria, Mstahiki Speaker, ukimwalika mbu hakuna suluhisho atakuja nalo, kwa sababu yeye ndio jawambu la shida ya malaria ambayo iko hapo. Bunge la kitaifa ni kama kualika mbu katika kongamano la kutafuta dawa ya malaria. Kwa sababu ndio wamekuwa shida kubwa kwa ugatuzi wa kutunyima zile fedha zetu. Mstahiki Speaker, lakini tunafaa tujue ya kwamba nguvu ya kutengeneza mvua ikipewa muuza mwavuli hakutakesha mvua. Kwa sababu kila wakati atataka nafasi nzuri ya kuuza mwavuli. Hata nakuwa kwenye biashara. Leo hili nguvu ya kutengeneza mvua imepewa bunge la kitaifa. Na ndio maana kila siku kunanyesha machozi ya fedha kutofika katika gatuzi zetu. Na kwa hivyo hata tukiongea hapa mpaka na sisi tujifunge kibwembwe. Hizi shida tumekuwa nazo kwa muda. Miaka kama 5 imeisha bado tulikuwa tunangangana na bunge la kitaifa. Na unajua Mstahiki Speaker, ukiwa katika msitu, uone mti moja mara mbili ujue kwamba umepotea. Hata sisi bunge la kitaifa, bunge la seneti, tunapokaa hapa na kumbweka, wakati nadhani unafika ambao tunafaa kuuma. Kumbuka hata mbwa ambwekae bila kuuma, hakuna siku anapewa heshima. Kwa hivyo sisi tupewe heshima, lazima tukuje, tupambane, kuhakikisha kwamba nguvu zetu ambazo hatuna tuko nazo katika bunge la seneti. Na hivyo tu ndio tutaweza kusaidia ugatuzi. Mstahiki Speaker. Mstahiki Speaker, kuna wengi wanasema kwamba tunafaa tukae tuongee. Na hivyo tutafanya katika kamati ya maridhiano ambayo itatengenezwa na kiongozi wa wengi. Lakini ukienda kule, wakati wanaenda pale, tunasikia ngumzo ambayo inatokana kwa bunge la kitaifa, na ni mazungumzo ambayo hafai. Mstahiki Speaker, inafika mahali hata kama kuna heshima, hata mtoto akikunja ngumi, wakati mwingine inabidi agongwe kama mtu mzima, kama amefikisha kiwango na amekosa heshima. Tutaenda pale, tupambane katika ile kamati, tuhakikishe kwamba tumepata pesa. Sisi venye tutafanya kama seneti ni kuwajibu katika mitandao wakati tunaongea mambo ya muhimu kama hospitali na dawa. Kwa sababu tukiwajibu huko, ukipigwa na punda teke na wewe upige punda teke, nyote ni punda. Hiyo inafaa kuwa tofauti yetu na wao. Kwamba katika mitandao ya kijamii hatutajibizana na wao, lakini ile kamati ambayo tunaituma inafaa ijifunge kimbwembwe kuhakikisha kwamba sisi tumepata haki yetu. Hii seneti tulipopitisha bilioni 465, sisi tuko na akili timamu. Sisi sio wanasesere kwamba hatukuwa na akili. Sisi sio vikaragosi. Kwa hivyo tunapofanya sheria kama zile alafu sikifika pale tunaonyeshwa madharau, hilo ni jambo ambalo hatufai sisi kama kukuja tukakimya na tukaacha liendelee kufanyika. Mstahiki Speaker, kuna jambo lingine nataka kumalizia. Nimeona kwa muda wale wakilishi wandi katika gatuzi nyingi ikiwemo ile kaunti ya Kirinyaga wameongea na wamesitiza kwamba wanataka fedha zaidi ili iweze kwenda katika zile gatuzi zao, katika zile wandi zao. Njia moja ambayo ningewahakikishia ni kwamba sasa pesa tunaongezea. Ile sababu ambayo ilikuwepo hapo awali ya kwamba pesa hamna, sasa hamna tena hiyo sababu. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaambia tunapopitisha mfumo mpya, waendelee kabisa kupambana kuhakikisha kwamba hizo pesa zinawafikia. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio njia peke yake ambayo tutaweza kufanya maendeleo katika kona zote za nchi. Na niambie gavana pia, pesa ikiongezewa inafaa imalize umaskini, inafaa yakisha kwamba biashara zinaendelea kwa sababu ya kutengeneza miundo msingi, na pia kupeana huduma ambazo zinafaa kupeanwa. Kwa hivyo pia zile pesa tunaokota inafaa kuongezeka. Pesa nyingi sana ambazo zinaokotwa katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga, nyingi sana huwa zinapotea. Mimi mwenyewe huwa nazunguka na ili wale wanaokota kondi bado wanalipwa pesa kidogo. Ukienda kwa wale ambao wanahusika katika jambo ambalo linafaa kutuongezea fedha, wenyewe waadhibishwi na mishahara, lakini bado pesa zetu zinaendelea kupotea. Ni jawabu ambalo tutambidi tuipate kutoka kwa gavana wakati anafika katika kamati tofauti. Kama ni shule za chekechea, Kirinyaga peke yako ndio yenyewe haina mpango wote wa kupeana chakula kwa watoto wa chekechea. Mstahiki Speaker, unajua tunakaa na wewe katika kamati ya elimu. Na wale ambao wamekuja katika ile kamati, gavana wengi wako na mfumo na wako na mpango wa kupeana chakula katika shule za chekechea. Kirinyaga hatuna. Pesa ikiongezewa, ningetaka kumwambia gavana pia aweke na atie maanani, aweke bajeti kando, kwa sababu watoto wengi sana wanaumia wakati wanaenda shule. Ukiangalia sana Mr. Speaker, sisi watu wakubwa ambao wako na miaka mingi, wengi hata washakuwa wahenga hapa. Ifikapo saa 4 kila siku kuna chai tunawekewa pale na mkate na mandazi, alafu na viazi vitamu. Na hiyo ni baada ya masaa mawili tu baada ya kuchukua staftahi zetu katika nyumba zetu asubuhi. Na mtoto je ambaye anawekwa katika darasa kuanzia saa 1, wengine watoka saa 7 bila kukula chochote. Hilo ni jambo ambalo halifai kufanyika sana sana katika muda ambao tuko na katika ugatuzi ambao tayari umefanyika katika nchi ya Kenya. Mr. Speaker, na nikimalizia, kuna jambo la maji katika gatuzi zetu. Vyanzo vingi sana vya maji na visima vinatoka katika eneo la Kirinyaga. Utakuja kushangaa kwamba hadi leo wakazi wengi kutoka kaunti ya Mwea wanakunywa maji machafu. Mr. Speaker, ukienda katika kaunti ya Mwea ambao mpunga ambao una uenzi unatoka. Na umenikumbusha kwamba nikienda nyumbani nikuletee angalau kilo 2 ili uweze kujenga mwili. Na nitafanya hiyo Mr. Speaker. Lakini mahali ya mpunga inatoka Mr. Speaker, maji ya kunywa imeadimika kama hali Wandaku ama Kamburi Rambaniani. Ukienda kule uwezi pata maji ya kunywa. Either uende ukakunywe kwa mto ama uende maji choto kwa punda. Na ni maji machafu. Hakuwezi kuwa na sababu yoyote katika mwaka huu kane ambao tuliko siku ya leo, kwamba baada ya pesa kwenda katika gatuzi zetu, kwamba gavana hawezi kuwa na mpango maalum. Juzi tu ndo tunaona taasisi ya EACC ikishika watu ambao walikula pesa ambayo ilikuwa inaenda kwa mfumo ambao unaitwa Mwea Makema. Fedha zinazoimbiwa kutoka county na kuenda katika mifuko ya watu. Wengine pia wanafika mahali wanaimba mpaka dawa za hospitali Mr. Speaker. Na kuna siku nilisema na sima ombi mbaya kwamba ukipewa nafasi ya kununua dawa na kupatia wagonjwa, na wewe uchukue ile nafasi uende uimbe zile pesa, uende ukazile na familia yako, Mungu ambaye yako juu jalali na ambayo halali, huyo Maulana siku moja atakufanya ukunywe zile dawa kwa sababu ulistafuta wewe mwenyewe. Hivyo ndio inafanyika siku ya leo. Unapata hospitali zetu hazina dawa, lakini kuna mtu ako na tumbo kubwa anakaa kama mpira. Na wakati ameajiriwa juzi, huyo mtu alikuwa amesimama ni kama ile miti ambayo mikaratusi ya Lebanon. Lakini wakati ameingia katika pale mara moja amefura kama kupe. Hata hajamaliza miaka 2 ama miaka 3. Nguo haziwatoshei. Wengine wanavaa nguo zinakaa kama marinda. Mr. Speaker, ni wanaume. Kwa sababu ya kule kuzindisha. Maskini wanapoamka kukimbia asubuhi kwenda kutafuta lishe, naye Mungu anafanya matoke asubuhi wakimbie kupunguza sukari na pressure na kupunguza uzito. Hiyo ndio mambo ya Mungu. Kwa hivyo pia nawaonya wale ambao wamekuwa wezi katika kaunti zetu, ambao kila siku tukiwaita wengine wanakuja. Wengine wanaongea vibaya sana, ni kama fisi wakirudi. Nishaona kama gavana Isiolo juzi anatusi hata maseneta katika chumba maalum ambao wanafanya kazi zao. Wanawaona wafai, wanaona wale ni wasumbufu. Lakini nataka kuambia kwamba mahali tumefika kama bunge la seneti tumekomaa. Na mfupa ambao umeshinda fisi kuula, mbwa hawezi kuupeleka mahali. Sisi tukikaa ngumu Mr. Speaker, tukae ngumu. Hiyo mifupa anatuletea, hiyo mfupa ambao wanafikiria sisi hatuwezi, tutaweza. Na tukifuata sheria vizuri, tuweze kufuata pesa za watu wetu. Mr. Speaker, wamama ni muhimu sana katika nchi ya Kenya na wako katika gatuzi zote. Umuhimu ya afya kina mama na mahali wanaenda kujifungua ni muhimu sana. Kunafaa kuwe na marazi safi. Hata katika Biblia tukufu inasema kwamba ndoa ziheshimiwe na marazi iwe safi. Kuna sababu Mr. Speaker. Kwa sababu hata ukichukua mshipi mpya kufunga suruali ambayo imeraruka haitabadilisha mambo. Bado utakuwa unaonekana uchi wako. Uchi ambao uko katika hospitali zetu za Katusi umezidi Mr. Speaker. Kwamba unapata watu wanalala kitanda moja watu 3. Nguo wanazolalia ni mbaya. Dawa hakuna. Ukienda kama hospitali kuu ya Kerugoya unaambiwa nunua dawa. Ukienda katika Kembembe mnapata dawa hamna. Na hata wale ambao wanataka kuchukuliwa picha kwa wale wameanguka na kuvunjika, unapata kwamba hiyo huduma hawezi kuipata katika hospitali zetu. Inafika watu wanaanza kuuliza ugatuzi unafanya kazi gani? Kwa hivyo ningetaka kusema ya kwamba mangavana wenyewe ndo watafanya ugatuzi uweze kuonekana kwamba unafanya kazi. Na wale ambao bunge la kitaifa kwamba wanafikiria sisi.
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. Senator Murango, you have a balance of 2 minutes. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 11th June 2025 at 9:30 a.m.
Supporting staff, the clerk, that there is no concomitant increment. So we have agreed that it should go on record that there'll be a rectification in the appropriations. I think it is important that it is captured in the Hansard, and both chairs are here, they can confirm what I'm saying.
It's so recorded.
It is so recorded.
It's so recorded.
The member
of the chairperson, Water, chairperson
rectified.
BSc.
Thank you.
It's so recorded. Next.
Vote 1173, State Department for Cooperatives.
All members have proposed a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 7,348,989,807 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure of recovery and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1173 for the State Department for Cooperatives.
Program under Vote 1163, Program under Vote 1173, Cooperative Development and Management.
All members, I propose a question. The program under Vote 1173, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the program under Vote 1173, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 7,348,989,807 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both recovery and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1173 with the State Department for Cooperatives. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1174, State Department for Trade.
All members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,153,904,252 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1174 with the State Department for Trade.
Programs under Vote 1174, 1. Fair trade practices and compliance of standards. 2. International trade development and promotion. 3. General administration, planning and support services. And 4. Domestic trade and regulation.
All members, I propose a question. The programs right under Vote 1174, as read out and sums allocated in the sum, be approved. I put the question. The programs read under Vote 1174, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question. There are some of the Kenya shillings 4,153,000 904,252 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1174, State Department for Trade. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1175, State Department for Industry.
Honorable members, I propose a question. There are some exceeding Kenya shillings 9,179,416,751 be issued from a consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1175, State Department for Industry.
Programs under vote 1175, 1, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, 2, Industrial Promotion and Development, and 3, Standards and Quality Infrastructure and Research.
Members, I propose a question. The programs under vote 1175 as read out on sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question. The programs under vote 1175 as read out on sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum of the Kenya shillings 9,175,416,751 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1175, State Department for Industry. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1176, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,093,490,075 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1176, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development.
Programs under vote 1176, 1, Promotion and Development of MSMEs, 2, Product and Market Development for MSMEs, 3, Digitization and Financial Inclusion for MSMEs, and 4, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
All members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1176 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1176 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question, therefore, that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,093,490,075 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1176 with the State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1177, State Department for Investment Promotion.
All members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shilling 3,512,463,200 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1177, State Department for Investment Promotion.
Program under vote 1177, Investment Development and Promotion.
All members, I propose a question that the program under vote 1177 as read out and sums allocated the sum be approved. I put the question that the program read under vote 1177 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,512,463,200 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1177 for the State Department for Investment Promotion. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1184, State Department for Labor and Skills Development.
All members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,063,807,569 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1184 with the State Department for Labor and Skills Development.
Programs under vote 1184, 1, General Administration Planning and Support Services, 2, Labor, Employment and Safety Services, and 3, manpower development, industrial skills, and productivity management.
All members, I propose a question. The programs under vote 1184, as read out under some in the schedule, will be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1184, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question, because we've passed the debate stage, Honorable Muchomba. I now put the question that a sum in Kenya shillings, 5,063,807,569, be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1184, State Department for Labor and Skill Development. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1185, State Department.
The honorable members, I propose the question that the sum.
Vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs.
Members, I propose the question that a sum in Kenya shillings, 29,320,019,578, be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs.
Programs under vote 1185. 1. Social Development and Children's Services. 2. National Social Safety Net. And 3. General Administration Planning and Support Services.
Members, I propose the question. The programs under vote 1185, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we appreciate this allocation for the elderly. And the only thing I would wish is that we improve on the release. There are lots of delays in releasing this money. And our senior citizens are actually suffering. So if we can improve on the release, that would be excellent.
Correct. Honorable Massey.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I see a reduction of 600 million from National Social Safety Net. And I'm wondering if we can get a clarification, the reasons why. When we know that for a number of years, I think more than 3 years, the elderly have not been registered. We have a good number who have achieved the age to benefit from this social fund, yet they have not yet been onboarded. Yet I'm seeing a reduction of 600 million from this allocation. Could we be explained as to why?
Honorable Sandy.
Indeed, Honorable Mary is right that the numbers, that so many of the elderly have not been onboarded. Also, so many of the elderly have also died, and the numbers have actually decreased. So I think what we can assure is that as the process of onboarding takes off, then the budget will be restated.
Okay. Well, members, I put the question. The programs under vote 1185, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that as sum in Kenya shillings, 29,320,019,578 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the country and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.